Desk.
Hey everyone, welcome to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Just about the top of the hour here on your Monday afternoon, or at noon exactly, actually. Let's give you a live look downtown right now. 90 degrees, do you see that in the bottom left on the bug? It is getting hot. We aren't under any advisories or warnings yet, but we are keeping an eye on some of our heat headlines. Let's take a look here. More eyes are on Tuesday, if anything, heat advisory from noon to 8 o'clock. But right now we are still sitting pretty in the 90s right now, and that temperature only expected to go up just a bit as we head into the afternoon here. Got a lot on the docket for you on the Wisconsin Live Desk today. One of the big stories, of course, being gas prices, seeing an increase once again. Gas Buddy saying the national average price of gas, it's seeing its first weekly increase since May 11th. It rose 10.3 cents a gallon in the last week to $3.82 for diesel. So we are definitely tracking that amid renewed conflicts between the U.S. and Iran as they fight over the Strait of Hormuz, exchanging strikes over the weekend here. So we'll be talking with Patrick DeHaan about that to get into it, see how long the increase can be expected, who's to blame, and what you could be paying over the next few days if you do end up having a gas, which is me. I drove here on almost empty, so definitely be wanting to tune in there, and coming up in just about a half hour. Another thing that we're talking about is U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham and his passing over the weekend. We just got a statement from President Trump saying on Truth Social, I recommended to Governor Henry McMaster, Lindsey Graham's wonderful sister, Darlene, to serve as interim senator from the great state of South Carolina. This would be a fabulous tribute to Lindsey, who loved her dearly. So for those of you who might need to be caught up to speed here, Lindsey Graham's team announced over the weekend that he did die of a type of heart disease here, and it was pretty sudden. He was pronounced dead at 10:23 Saturday at the hospital, Saturday night that is. The autopsy was completed Sunday, directing towards heart disease. I know a lot of people are concerned about how fast this came on. We just saw the U.S. Senator, around. He was traveling. There's videos of him just less than 24 hours after his death seeming fine. So a lot of questions there surrounding his death and the disease itself. We're going to be talking with a doctor from UW Health about the disease a little bit more and answer some of your questions. And finally, another thing we have on the docket today is an interview we have with the Red Cross. We're talking with Laura McGuire to talk about the emergency blood shortage that's happening right now. It was declared early this morning, just saying that they're in a dire need of donors. We're going to be talking with her, and also about some of the benefits and perks that you can get if you donate blood from now until the end of the month. Also relating to those first two stories, we're following some press conferences as well. So the governor of South Carolina is expected to speak this afternoon here at 3, as well as Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez, who got caught up in some controversy over the weekend after her office announced that her campaign manager is being fired. This is a statement from them yesterday saying the Sarah Rodriguez for Wisconsin campaign has terminated its campaign manager effective today after discovering serious mismanagement and inaccuracies in campaign finance filings she prepared. Statement goes on to say an initial review found that the manager filed inaccurate and incomplete campaign finance reports. The campaign will be in contact with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission first thing Monday morning to ensure the inaccuracies are corrected. And we're less than a month away now from the Democratic primary in Wisconsin here. Sarah Rodriguez is expected to speak also at 3 o'clock today to talk about what happened here. So we've got a lot of things to get to today on the Wisconsin Live Desk, a stacked schedule between all the interviews and live events we're going to bring you here on Fox Local and YouTube. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Welcome back to Wisconsin Live Desk. We're following some breaking news at the national level. This is a live look right now in Washington, D.C., where police just arrested a man with a firearm at the north barricade of the U.S. Capitol. As you can see, things blocked off here. Very active scene. We have another angle to show you as well, just a little bit closer up to what we're seeing. So again, this is a very active investigation right now. Photos and video from the scene showed multiple officers and security personnel surrounding a vehicle that appeared to have approached a security barrier. Capitol Police said the north barricade will remain closed while officers investigate, and staff and other personnel have been advised to avoid the area. So again, some breaking news from the Capitol right now, where we do know from law enforcement that a man has been arrested with a gun that was recovered there as well. So again, people being asked to avoid the area as police work to block this off and monitor everything. So very developing. We don't know many details here. We can see people on the crosswalk just running by here. So just taking a look, and you can even see kind of in the distance a reporter about to do a hit there. So media is staged at the area, so hopefully we can learn more, and once we do, we will bring that to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We're also following some news right now from Maine, where there was a fatal shooting involving ICE, according to the State House Speaker, actually. It says ICE was involved in a fatal shooting of someone in Biddeford, Maine on Monday, but details about what transpired we don't know a lot, so about either of these situations. But this was according to the Speaker of the Maine House on social media. House Speaker Ryan Fecteau, a Democrat, wrote on Facebook that the shooting occurred Monday morning in the coastal city, or about 23,000 people, and this is roughly 15 miles southwest of Portland, for those of you who might not be up to speed on your Maine geography there. So in the statement, he says, quote, "This morning a shooting occurred in Biddeford. A person was killed. ICE was involved." So very short statement there from the Speaker of the Maine House. Again, we don't know much there from there. We actually just had a shot up of protests happening in Maine right now in response to this. But again, this is just happening within the last hour here. And once we have updates, we will bring them to you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk on both the situation in Maine and D.C. We're going to take a quick break again here as we get Brett Lemoyne standing by right now with some local news and other things happening here in Southeast Wisconsin. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us today on your Monday afternoon, 12:13 p.m. Let's give you a live look outside right now as I try to get my cameras situated. Downtown Milwaukee, gorgeous view from our Estabrook Park camera right now. You can see the skyline a little bit in the distance. We are hot in the 90s today, and as we take a look downtown, we're actually going to take you somewhere else now in Oconomowoc. That's where our Brett Lemoyne joins us, because a farmer there is going the extra mile. He's there to tell us about the partnership with Feeding America. And Brett, how are you feeling out there? I know it's pretty toasty.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty hot, Maddie, and you know what? This may come as a shock to you, but I'm a city boy. Are you surprised? I'm not on the farm very often, nor am I at a chicken coop like this, which is incredible. We're at Prairie Gold Organics in Oconomowoc. There's 2,800 chickens here, which is incredible. And again, the stress here being organic. These are free-range chickens. These coops behind me, actually, the farmers come out and they move them throughout the grass here, so that every day they have new grass to eat and play in, and it's clean, and the cycle just continues on and on. And I am fascinated by these hens. They all kind of coo in unison, which I've never experienced. It's like a hive mind. Just listen for a moment. They're living their best life out here. But again, this is all about this program that just started this year. So just a few months ago, it's called Farms to Families. And again, this is through Hunger Task Force. And they've been connecting families now. I just got an email from them, 44 counties throughout the state. I want to bring in Michael here, who's the owner of Prairie Gold Organics. Michael, this is a program that certainly benefits individuals who otherwise couldn't afford fresh eggs, fresh organic eggs, which is fantastic. How many eggs are you giving to this program?
Yeah, on a weekly basis, we're delivering 750 dozen into this program.
Wow.
Every Wednesday.
That's amazing. And now, out of how many total eggs that you normally harvest?
Well, yeah, Hunger Task Force takes about a quarter of our total production. So, yeah, we deliver about 200 cases every week, and they take 50 cases.
That's phenomenal. So this just started this year, so we're only a couple months into it. How did that come about? How did this partnership come about?
It's always been my mission to get food into the hunger relief efforts in Milwaukee. And I've worked with Hunger Task Force in the past on different programs. And so when this grant came up, we reached out to each other and decided that we would be delivering within the next couple weeks. And now it's been several months of us delivering 750 a week to them.
Absolutely. Huge number of eggs, which is phenomenal. Michael, is it safe to say over the last couple of years it's been difficult for farmers like you?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing new. You know, everything is always challenging about farming, whether it's, weather, increasing prices of basically everything, especially lately, all the livestock challenges. So yeah, it's always ongoing challenges, and it feels incredibly supportive to be in this partnership with Hunger Task Force, because it gives us a reliable account and it aligns with our values.
Yeah, which is phenomenal. Now, you were saying, luckily, knock on wood, you were kind of safe from the bird flu outbreak that we had 2 years ago. And when that happened nationwide, I mean, prices kind of skyrocketed for consumers. Things have kind of stabilized now. Things are not quite back to the way they were, but they've come down considerably. But there are other factors now at play that are causing prices to kind of be volatile.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, ever since, well, first of all, the bird flu seems to happen every single year. We always seem so surprised by it, but it happens every year. And the fact is that if we had more small farms, the communities would be less impacted by these big barns having bird flu outbreaks. But yeah, we've been dealing with the effects of the tariffs. The steel prices skyrocketed when that first came about. Feed prices went up. Now we're dealing with gas prices. So all of those things kind of compound into real challenges for everybody, farmers included.
Yeah, which is why having this contract with Hunger Task Force is also beneficial for you and other farmers that are taking part.
Yeah, it's hugely beneficial. I mean, they basically guaranteed that they're going to take 750 dozen every week through the end of October. And that's a massive boon to us. I mean, we're able to plan. That's the big thing for a farmer. We need to be able to plan months ahead for income streams, especially with eggs, because the chickens don't stop producing. You know, they just keep laying. And so we need to be able to find homes for those eggs.
For consumers at the grocery store, making those purchases makes a difference for locals like yourself, right? When they buy from a local producer, when they buy organic. There's a cost differential when you go organic,
Sure.
but in the long run, there's benefits not only for your community, but also for your health.
Yeah, absolutely. There are multitudes of benefits to the community's health, to our health, to the chicken's health when people choose to spend the extra dollar on organic eggs. For example, on our farm, we take that extra dollar and we invest it into our land, into pollinator habitat, prairie, our lush pastures, our animal health, and also our employee wellness.
One of the things that I noted as soon as we got out to the site here, and you said this is something that everybody seems to pay attention to when they come here for the first time, all of the hens seem to have that coo, and they do it all in unison. What's up with that? What does that mean?
Well, if only I could be in a chicken's brain. Fortunately, I'm not. But I always say that it just means they're singing, they're happy, and in reality, they're probably doing some fundamental communication with each other, but I think they're singing.
Yes. I've been called a chicken, I've been called an egghead, but I've never delved into the psychology of a chicken's sociology here, which is...
I don't think there's much there.
They live a pretty simple life, don't they? And we think too, I mean, this week is going to be a scorcher. Makes no difference, right? I mean, they're out year round.
Well, they're out for the entire grazing season. In the winter, they live in giant greenhouses where they can hunker down in a lot of bedding and stuff. But yeah, during the grazing season, they're out here. We move them every day, so they're always in tall grass. I'm going to move these birds in about an hour, and they're going to be in this nice tall grass here. And so they'll get a little bit more shade. They'll be comfortable. They're comfortable now. This whole thing is shaded. Chickens can tolerate some heat fluctuations. Yeah.
I mean, you said when you say move these, you hook them up to a trailer and you pull them to different quadrants on the land.
Yeah, I have this awesome 1965 Minneapolis Moline tractor, which are very rare now, but it hooks up to this coop and we move it 70 feet forward, and all the chickens hear the sound of the tractor and they run to the front of the coop because they know they're about to get fresh grass. And so the whole thing, feed, fencing, coop, and all, move to the next paddock. All 2,800 hens takes about 17 minutes.
Wow!
Yeah.
Wow, that's efficiency. That's efficiency. Before we let you go, this is all part of something that's near and dear to your heart, and what you have established here at Prairie Gold is also a foundation to help folks, right?
Yeah, we started the Prairie Gold Foundation inspired by Hunger Task Force, and so it's a nonprofit that can essentially fill the gaps between Hunger Task Force grant cycles. And so people can go straight to prairiegoldfoundation.org and donate to help get more eggs into the hunger relief efforts in Milwaukee.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you for having us on the farm, Michael. Maddie, I'm learning so much about hens, about this whole process. Now I know I've done this before on Wild, and forgive me, Maddie, we're going to pan down for a second here because I'm going to show you my socks. Look at this. I dressed for the occasion. I don't know if you can tell through the grass.
Are those
I got chickens on my socks.
Look at you.
Those are chickens.
City boy turned country
I
boy.
come prepared. I'm just missing a hat, and then we'll be all set. I don't know what to do. I don't cook either. So I mean, I could crack an egg. That's it. I can make you scrambled eggs.
Don't say
but
that in
that's
front
the
of them.
extent of my. That's okay. They don't mind. I mean, if I was talking about KFC, we may have a different reaction, Maddie. But they'd be okay with that. I think they're loving life. I was in, and you'll see this in our full report. We were inside one of these pens earlier, and it's amazing how just calm they all are. They all think that we're there to give them food. And they start kind of pecking at your shoes and your knees, but they're very friendly. They're very, very docile. I imagine if you tried to pick one up or pet one, somebody's cooing. I imagine if you did that, they'd have a different reaction. But at the moment, they're all right.
Brett,
you never know what we're gonna deliver.
I think you said you're a city boy. I think you're a country boy now. Brett, thanks so much. And what a great program. Hats off to Michael for taking part. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. What a great organization, though, and partnership there. I was actually just with a couple Fox Sixers. We packaged stuff for Feeding America. We went to the Southeast Wisconsin warehouse and packaged some canned goods and non-perishable foods, but really cool that there's so much more beyond that Feeding America does with programs where you can literally get fresh produce and help out families in need. So what a great cause there. But we're going to take a quick break here. We are monitoring some other breaking news right now. This is actually a look. I'm wondering if I can get it up here. And of course, right as I want to take it, it always goes down. But protests are happening right now in Maine following a fatal shooting involving an ICE officer. That's according to the Maine House Speaker. Also, we know from officials that somebody was arrested at the Capitol with a gun. But again, very developing, both stories there in Maine and Washington, D.C. We're going to bring you updates here on the Wisconsin Live Desk as we get them. When we come back, hopefully we can bring you some live pictures of those. We're also waiting for President Trump to speak right now at an event for IndyCar, I believe. So we're going to bring that to you also on the Wisconsin Live Desk. A lot to get to. I keep saying I'm going to break, and it's like a Midwest goodbye. I keep having more things to bring you. So you're going to want to keep it right here. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. For real this time. Stay with us.
Live Desk.
Thanks for being with us on your Monday afternoon. Let's give you a live look from our tower cam because I'm going to do this live. It makes me feel like I have so much power. I can actually pan this up and down. I don't know if it's there might be a little bit of a delay. But what I'm trying to do is get this centered on the BP sign. Oh, there we go. Wow, major delay here. But I'm trying to get this centered on the BP sign because we're talking gas prices. Are you ready for the grand reveal? $3.74 here in Round Deer right now for regular, $4.74 for diesel, $4.79. Oh no, excuse me. Let's let that focus. $4.74 for ultimate, and then $4.79 for diesel. According to Gas Buddy, this is the first time, I think since it says May 11th, that there's been an weekly increase for the average price of gas, rising 10.3 cents a gallon in the last week to $3.82 per gallon. Diesel rose $9.60 per gallon to $4.85 per gallon. This all comes amid renewed conflicts overseas at the Strait of Hormuz. President Trump saying this morning that the U.S. is reinstating a blockade on Iran and the Strait of Hormuz. Excuse me there, geez, and will charge ships for safe passage. We're actually waiting right now for the president to speak at an IndyCar event right now. I'm seeing if I can bring that to you here. All of the routes keep changing. So yeah, we're expected to hear from the president here momentarily, maybe speaking on this conflict in Iran, given I know it's definitely a worry for people as, you know, we saw that increase earlier in the summer here. We're going to be talking with Patrick DeHaan from Gas Buddy momentarily, just kind of talking about the trend and whether or not we should be concerned and how to act now if you have to fill up your tank. Some other news we're following in Washington, D.C. I don't have a shot of it right now, but we know that a man was arrested on the north side of the U.S. Capitol with a gun. But again, we don't know much more information other than that. Another big story that we're following at the national level is in Maine, where the Maine House Speaker says that somebody was killed by an ICE officer. This is in Biddeford, which is southwest of Portland, about 15 miles. But again, all we got was that statement from the House Speaker, Ryan Fecteau. He's a Democrat. He wrote on Facebook that the shooting occurred this morning. About 23,000 people in Biddeford there. He said, this morning a shooting occurred in Biddeford. A person was killed. ICE was involved. State police and the Department of Public Safety are now on scene to gather details and would expect the FBI to investigate as well. We have some members from our National Bureau that are on scene right now, and we're hoping to bring that to you live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We've been seeing shots pop in and out, showing law enforcement on scene, kind of investigating. We saw a big tent as well, and people crowded around there as it was blocked off in it seemed to be a residential area. So once we have that, we will bring it to you right here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's take you back out right now to where the president is expected to speak here. So in just a few moments, and then we're going to check in also with Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy. But we're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk while we wait for those two things. But keep it right here. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
Desk.
12:30 on your Monday afternoon. Let's give you a live look right now in D.C., where President Trump is expected to speak any moment now following a busy weekend for the administration for sure after renewed conflicts overseas with Iran. President Trump saying this morning that the U.S. will blockade Iran in the Strait of Hormuz and will charge ships for safe passage. So, of course, whenever I feel like anyone hears Strait of Hormuz at this point, we automatically think about our gas prices here at home. Let's give you a live look. This is from our tower camera of our station. We actually have a BP right next door, which has saved me in many situations when I am low on gas and leaving or coming into work here. But $3.74 for regular, $4.79 for diesel. I was looking at Patrick DeHaan from Gas Buddy's Twitter, or X rather, this morning, saying that the national average price of gasoline is seeing its first weekly increase since May 11th, rising $10.30 a gallon in the last week to $3.82 per gallon. I can't tell you much about correlations as to why this is, but what I can say is that when conflict happens in the Strait, Patrick DeHaan's interview schedule gets pretty booked up. Patrick, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk.
Well, you almost scared me. I think you said prices went up $10.30. Thankfully, it was 10.3 cents.
10.3. Excuse me.
If it went up $10, we probably wouldn't have any time on the schedule. But thankfully, more mundane increase. But as you mentioned, most stations seeing prices go up. Wisconsin average up 12 cents a gallon in the last week. The statewide average $3.66. And a lot of this really due to, obviously, new escalations between the U.S. and Iran. But I think something that's not really being focused on that is a rising part of this oil and gasoline relationship is the continued attacks that Ukraine has been taking out against Russian oil refineries. We can talk about oil till we're blue in the face. Oil is the main ingredient in gasoline, but it's not the only ingredient in gasoline. And so the wild card here is that there's only a finite amount of refining capacity globally. And with Ukraine attacking one of the largest oil refining nations in the world in Russia, that is also having an impact on what we're paying here at the pump across the country.
I think amid both of these conflicts right now, it seems so far away for us between that and then also with the Strait of Hormuz. Can you kind of talk about, for our viewers who might not know, why we're seeing an impact at like a local Quick Trip in Wisconsin?
Well, it's very much a global economy. The gasoline that you fill up with can, in many cases, be exported to any country around the world because it's a fungible commodity. It can be put on a cruise ship and be sent overseas. So that connects all of us. A shortage overseas in minerals, or steel is going to impact the global economy, not just one country. We are not fenced off. What we produce here in this country gets exported. We also import from other countries. And so it's the fact that it's very much a connected global economy. When one event happens to affect the Middle East, it's a ripple effect. It affects everyone. And what we're filling up with, as I mentioned, can easily be exported elsewhere. So what happens in our country can have an impact globally, and what happens in other countries globally can have an impact here in the United States.
You brought up the Russia-Ukraine war, which I feel like most of the headlines have been around, the U.S. and Iran. If you could gauge, would you say that one is having more of an impact than the other on gas prices?
Well, the Russia-Ukraine situation is having more of an impact on gasoline because, again, that affects a different portion of a barrel. But the Strait of Hormuz impacts the price of oil more. So they're both having an impact. It's hard to weigh one against another right now because they're kind of playing in tandem off of each other. Mm-hmm. 1 out of every 9 barrels that are produced of diesel come from Russia. And Russia now has banned the exports of diesel because there's not enough of it. There's not enough refining capacity for them to sell their diesel in the global market. They want to keep more of their fuel at home. So they're both having an impact, but they're both having a different impact on your wallet with what you pay at the pump.
It's interesting because I feel like people just think of one and associate it with just gas prices overall. When we kind of talk about, too, the difference between gas and oil, I feel like people connect them together. But can you just kind of dive deeper into the difference for people who might not know?
Well, I mean, gasoline, the main component, 50% of what's in gasoline is oil. But there's still another 50% that can be impacted outside of the price of oil. So, I mean, 100% to your point, Americans were obsessed with the price of oil, but nobody's filling up with oil. they're filling up with a product that is made of half oil and half other impacts. It's kind of like, if the price of wheat plummets overnight, it doesn't mean that the loaf of bread at your grocery store suddenly only cares about wheat, right? It takes milling, packaging, transportation, and labor to still produce that loaf of bread from that wheat. And so there's a lot of other cost considerations here. Oil is not the only thing in gasoline. So there can be other price pressures. And that's why oil and gasoline are not tied at the hip. You could, in theory, have oil prices be $20 a barrel and gasoline could be $5 or $6 a gallon. If there's nobody to turn that oil into gasoline, that's a bit of the disconnect. And that's why there's not that one-on-one relationship that many Americans think there is. There's no magic relationship. If oil goes up X, it doesn't guarantee gasoline is going to go up or down by Y.
Want to look at the map behind you. As you can see, the entire U.S. and Wisconsin, I can see, is in the blue. Can you kind of talk about what that means and what the impact's looking like depending on where you're living right now?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Gas prices vary state to state, and that's why we encourage people to use the Gas Buddy app on a road trip or even in their own community, because even in Wisconsin, there can be a 50, 60 cent a gallon difference between what some stations are charging. Right now, a lot of the map behind me, gasoline taxes is a big difference, as well as, again, refining. The West Coast doesn't have enough refineries to meet demand. Neither does the Northeast. That's why those regions are more expensive. And why Illinois is so expensive, you'll notice that if you cross the border into Illinois, gasoline taxes are much higher in Illinois than they are elsewhere. So the map behind us tells us that gasoline prices vary state to state and region to region. And a lot of that is because of taxes. It's because of different requirements for the type of gasoline used in the summer. And that basically gasoline supply and demand is different in almost every state.
And your job is analysis with these two situations right here happening overseas. What are you going to be monitoring over the next week to track whether the prices go up or down?
A lot of it is developments in the situation between the U.S. and Iran. Again, that is more impactful to the underlying price of oil. And I'm also going to be watching if there's any new refineries attacked in Russia. That is more impactful to the bottom line for gasoline as well. The two can be related, but they can be disconnected as well. And I think those are the two major issues. And of course, we also have hurricane season and a little bit of a heat wave now impact in Wisconsin as well as the Midwest. And I know it sounds crazy, but high temperatures can cause refineries to have to slow down operations because of a lack of cooling capacity. So those are the highest level issues, but also Mother Nature.
So a lot of different factors at play. From what you're seeing here with all of these different situations, do you expect gas prices to only continue going up over the next few weeks?
I think that's probably the safer bet right now is that, the next few weeks, it does look like gasoline prices will trend higher. But it's not necessarily going to be an overnight spike either. We're not going to go back up to March or April's high gas prices, at least for now. We'll continue to monitor. I don't have a crystal ball, but for now, it's going to be more of a slow but steady increase. And it could worsen. I don't know if tomorrow we're going to wake up and there's going to be major escalations, but I think there's a lot of people very on edge about the future of gas prices. But I think for now, I don't expect us to revisit those March and April highs that we paid at the pump, but prices may drift higher over the next few weeks, depending on how things evolve.
So no $10.30 increase is what I'm hearing, which is good.
That would be quite something. None of that for now, but if the situation changes, we'll be ready to let you know if that is going to happen.
Absolutely. I want to ask the big kicker question that I feel like you probably get all the time. Should we wait to fill up or should we fill up now?
I'm not in a rush to fill up. Gas prices, the next time you fill up, they could be 5 or 10 cents more a gallon. But in the grand scheme of things, 5 or 10 cents when gasoline in Wisconsin's $3.66, it's not the end of the world. So don't panic, but be informed of what to expect for the days ahead.
All right, great insight there from Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy. We know that as you track this, we'll continue to check in with you here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So we're going to take a quick break here. I can't believe I said $10. I didn't even catch myself saying that. By the way, it is not $10.30 per gallon. We were making jokes there from my misread earlier. But to reiterate, Gas Buddy saying the national average price of gasoline is seeing its first weekly increase since May 11th, rising 10.3 cents per gallon in the last week to $3.82 per gallon. So we'll keep an eye on that as well. And I think to notice that there's several different conflicts overseas and then also back home with the heat. So we're going to be tracking it all here on the Wisconsin Live Desk to bring you the very latest. But hopefully some relief for you guys there who might have been worried reading the headlines, thinking about gas. But you heard the message there. Don't be in a rush to fill up. I know I won't, because I feel like filling up gas is such a pain, Delaney. I always look to her for any reaction here.
It is. I always wait to fill up my gas tank.
Yeah. Also, the amount of times that I've been on like 10 miles to empty and then go, I'm just going to go to work anyways, and then go to this one right here. To the BP across the street.
I do the same thing.
Yeah, so honestly, okay, $3.74. I mean, I feel like we've all been traumatized by like the $4 or $5. So to me, this still looks all right. And Patrick DeHaan there saying that we shouldn't see too much of an insane increase, but obviously we'll keep tabs on this and things happening throughout the U.S. and overseas. Let's take you back out right now to Washington, D.C., where President Trump is expected to speak ahead of an IndyCar event right now. Don't know if he will be talking about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, but we will be bringing you his remarks live here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Should be coming out any moment now, so while we wait for that, we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to the Live Desk. Let's give you a live look outside right now from our Esbrook Park camera. I always say, I feel like you can see the heat and humidity here. It's a little foggy there. You can see we're at 90 degrees right now as we take a look right now at downtown Milwaukee and the city. The water looks really nice right now. I'm planning on staying indoors unless I really need to be outside. I feel like I could venture to guess our meteorologist Lisa Michaels is as well. What a gorgeous little collage you've got behind you of the live pictures there. So
I mean, look at our Kenosha camera, Maddie.
So
it
gorgeous.
Looks blue as can be for Lake Michigan. And I haven't been down to the beach yet this year, but in some of the upcoming days, I think you and I may have to make a trip down to the lakefront.
I agree. I'm right there with you because I'm like, I feel like this heat snuck up on us and all of a sudden we're seeing all of these warm days. So yeah, before we know it, it's going to be, I always say the F word. I don't want to think about fall. But so I'm good with.
I'm like, what are you going to say? I'm like, hopefully not that word. But yes, frost, fall, all things that usually are the opposite of the heat. It's the cold that'll be here before you know it. Even more reason why you might want to get outside and enjoy. But if you are a fan of the warmer days, you have to make sure that you plan accordingly, because the heat could lead to some heat-related illnesses as we are officially now statewide under heat headlines. Most of the state is under a heat advisory, with northwestern portions of Wisconsin heading into Minnesota under a heat warning. But for us here locally, we were just added to this right around noon, and this is going to start at noon on Tuesday, so in effect tomorrow, and move through Wednesday at 8 p.m. Heat indices for any of our counties could be up to 102 degrees. So when we start to see heat indices in the low 100s, we are going to have to watch for and take extreme caution with these kinds of conditions. When we have heat indices that could be 102 degrees, that's when we could see things such as possible heat strokes, cramps, or heat exhaustion. So it is very important to make sure that you are fully aware of your body and how you're feeling. If you start to feel off, you want to get into shade, make sure you're staying hydrated with water. And if you can, the best thing is to get into an air-conditioned facility. So I just stepped outside on our weather deck a minute ago, and it is starting to heat up. What we're tracking story-wise here is the jet stream is further north, and we just have this big dome of high pressure which is sitting in place across the United States. That is what is going to draw in the heat and moisture from the Gulf, but this situation is going to be a little bit different than what we had a couple weeks ago. That is because the actual location of the high pressure is different. So what we have with this event is we are expected to have this high a little off to our west, so that brings us a westerly wind with this high. The event that we had at the end of June into the beginning of July, that high pressure was located further southeast of us, and that was sitting over the Ohio River Valley, so that drew in a southerly wind. And a westerly wind to a southerly wind is going to have a big difference in terms of how it's going to feel. Now, you might be stepping outside saying, well, man, it still feels humid. Yes, you will still notice it, but it's not going to be as oppressive as what we had a couple weeks ago, just because a southerly wind will draw in more moisture versus the westerly wind isn't going to bring in as much. The added moisture in the atmosphere is going to have a significant difference on the heat indices. So this event, actually, for this week, our temperatures could be even warmer, but because our dew points and that moisture is a little bit lower, our overall heat indices are looking to be a little less as well. Now, one of the things that can add more moisture to the air, it's the Corn Belt. Yes, we are tracking 7 states that have a rather large amount of cornfields, and when the corn really starts to grow further into the summer months, we can have that corn sweat and evapotranspirate, and that would lead to more moisture in the air. So with southerly winds, westerly winds, depending on where the winds are, that actually can take some of that moisture and shift it in our direction too. So we are tracking dew points with winds, with the corn sweat in the 60s. Some spots could even be at 70 degrees almost everywhere. Right now, though, across the state of Wisconsin, we are the warmest. Milwaukee's at 90 degrees. We're 88 in Duluth. Numerous spots in the upper 80s in central and northern portions of the state, with more 90s already creeping in Waukesha and West Bend. So the heat is here. Heat indices starting to get into the low to mid 90s, and we could be reaching the upper 90s today for our heat indices. In order for a heat advisory to be issued, we would have to have a heat index of 100 degrees. So we look to be just shy of that today for most areas, but just because we don't have any kind of heat headline doesn't mean you shouldn't take proper precautions. It is very hot, so again, making sure you're staying hydrated and taking breaks from the heat is going to be very important. Notice as we head towards tonight too, we are tracking our feel-like temperatures to be in the mid to upper 80s, so we may not get much of a relief from the heat as we head through the next 3 to 4 days, which is going to make it kind of hard. Your AC may be pumping a little harder through the next week, and we are going to need to add some water to some flowers out there, especially if you're a gardener. We don't have much in terms of rain this week, so that could definitely add to our drought conditions. Next chance of maybe a couple showers or storm could move in late Thursday, but better chance for Friday and Saturday. So we're going to be watching that closely, but Maddie, yeah, the heat, it's going to be on this week. We don't see much of a relief. However, it's not going to be as bad as I mentioned as a couple weeks ago. So there is going to be some positives to this, but we are in summer, right? So we're going to take it as we go. I think one of the things that makes it so enjoyable to have the 4 seasons is when we have these warmer days, if you're someone who doesn't like it, it makes you appreciate some of the cooler days. So even if we do get back to the low 90s, maybe some of the 80s, we are looking to maybe enjoy some of those days a little more and realize what we take for granted. If you're looking for a cool down, we are favored heading into next week to have some cooler temperatures arrive. So still in this up and down zone in terms of the temperatures, but we got to deal with it as it is July.
How much cooler are we talking next week?
So that's a great
Now I'm
question.
nervous.
Now, I don't like to go into specifics so
That's
much because
fair.
we are so far out, but I will tell you that average temperature is in the low 80s. So we could be
okay.
maybe seeing some 70s, but 70s to low 80s isn't out of the question. It's just going to depend on some of our patterns in the atmosphere, but better than the 90s for some
Yes.
days, so at least we'll have some relief.
As long as it's nowhere near the F word that we talked about, fall.
Right? Not yet.
I
It's
don't-
not pumpkin spice weather yet.
Yes. Oh, even though I do love fall, I still need to ride out the summer wave. And then you were talking about corn, and I started thinking about the state fair corn and
And it's
so many
coming
different
up.
things.
The
Yes.
state fair is coming up, so it's good that that corn's growing because we have a lot of it that does go to the state fair. And who doesn't love a roasted corn at the state fair? You have to have at least one every
Yes.
season.
No, you do. And then you get the seasonings. I
Oh,
was
so good.
I muted my mic because when you put the corn graphic up, I was like, corn to Delaney. Because, oh my gosh, it's so good. But yes, I guess that's a good way to put it. We need to appreciate the weather now before it gets cooler, or vice versa. If you don't like the
Yeah.
heat, then you've got something else next week. We can always count on Southeast Wisconsin to give us a little bit of everything
Absolutely.
in a very short span. All right, Lisa, thanks so much for joining us. Guys, I have a really gnarly sunburn right now, too. Makeup does wonders, and you can't see it, but I feel so dehydrated right now. This compared with the heat, here, cheers. I shouldn't have done that with my mic on now. I feel like that was ASMR. Stay hydrated, everybody, and stay cool. We're going to be right back here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Looks like President Trump about to take to the podium right now in Washington, D.C. for the IndyCar event. We'll bring that to you right here after this short break.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Approaching the top of the hour here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thanks for being with us here. Let's take you out to D.C. right now, where President Trump, I feel like a broken record, is expected to speak momentarily here. This is for an IndyCar event for the Freedom 250 Grand Prix in Washington, D.C. That's actually going to start August 23rd, but Trump is expected to speak. Whoa, those people looked important. They all just walked in. But as you can see there, some of the IndyCar drivers right there sitting there on the side waiting for the president to take to the podium. A lot of things happening right now, and also that happened over the weekend in D.C. and involving the Trump administration as well. Let's catch you up if you haven't gotten to speed here as we wait for President Trump to get to the podium. The first being Lindsey Graham, the U.S. Senator from South Carolina, passing away pretty suddenly, actually, Saturday night. His office had announced that night that he had died after being taken to the hospital over a heart condition that he had. And I know there are a lot of questions about how sudden it happened after there's videos and photos of Graham just days prior, completely healthy, traveling, doing all these different things. So a lot of questions about how sudden this came on and his passing that did happen. I know Mitch McConnell, who we also have been keeping an eye on, who's been hospitalized with pneumonia. He's actually seen on camera saying that he was going to speak with Mitch McConnell later that day. I know that video is circulating social media as well. So a lot of questions surrounding this. President Trump recommending Lindsey Graham's sister to take his place in the interim. Looks like he's about to speak right now in Washington, D.C. He just came out, so we're going to bring that to you live now.
Thank you very much, everybody. What an honor. And we have that great music. We love great music. We have Roger with me, 120 Indianapolis 500s. That's not bad. He was given the Presidential Medal of Freedom by me when he won 17, and he just kept winning. It's not supposed to work that way, right? We thought he stopped, but he won, and he's amazing. He's been my friend for a long time, but I'm thrilled to be here with some of the most extraordinary figures in the history of motorsports and any sport, if you think about it, as we count down to the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. This will be like no other race ever. I don't think anything will ever top what we're going to be having. It just happened with UFC. It got the highest ratings of any fight in history. This will get the highest ratings of any such race. It'll be one of the most unforgettable racing events the world has ever seen. And we have the most talented people. These people have a lot of courage on my right. I don't want to do what they did. You could teach me, but it still takes something special, right? Gilbert, I know every one of you. What a great job you've done. I want to thank Secretary of Transportation Sean Duff, who's phenomenal guy. He's doing a great job. Doing a great job. And the very, very legendary Roger Penske, who is, there's nobody like him, I can't imagine, in the history of racing or maybe any other sport, to be honest with you. Roger Penske, the president of Penske Corporation. Bud Denker, I want to introduce Bud. Thank you very much, Bud. What a great job. CEO of Fox Sports, Eric Shanks. Thank you very much, Eric. It's going to get a lot of rating. Are you prepared for this kind of rating? I don't know. It's going to be a big rating you're going to have. The president of General Motors, Mark Royce, and say hello to Mary and everybody. She's a fantastic person. It's a great company. It's a hot company. We just ordered a lot of Escalades for security purposes, and we do a lot of business with General Electric, and they're actually going now in the weapons making business, and I think you do better with that than you did even in the cars. So I want to thank you very much, Mark. And incredible IndyCar drivers, Alex Palou, Felix Rosenquist, and David Malukas. And I've watched all three of you recently do very well. Thank you, very well. Better you than me. I don't want to go 250 miles an hour with a 2 inches separating my car. I don't want to do that. But what you've done was incredible. The last couple of races. Unprecedented events will take place next month right here in our nation's capital on August 22nd and 23rd. It'll be an awesome display of American patriotism and raw horsepower and ingenuity. You're going to see cars at the level that they've never been at before, with cars racing more than 190 miles and even higher than that down Pennsylvania Avenue. It wasn't exactly designed for that, but what Sean Duffy's done with these incredible, brilliant people is really amazing. It's going to be a sight for the ages. It really will be something special. And they're going to go all around the National Mall at speeds that are not quite, if we did that during the regular day, I think people would be put in jail perhaps for the rest of their lives, right? It wasn't supposed to be that way, but it's going to be beautiful. It's going to be a beautiful thing to watch. And this is the first racing event of its kind in Washington, D.C.'s history, happening as part of our great celebration of the 250th anniversary of American freedom. The American people are invited to come watch this once-in-a-lifetime total event. And Roger and General Motors and Fox and everybody else, I will say, it's free. They thought maybe we could, they'd get so much money. This is a ticket. You're probably having second thoughts. You said, well, we could have made a fortune. No, it's free, totally free. And it's something they're doing for the country. The country is doing incredibly well. We've never done this well. We're respected all over the world now, and respected like never before. I was telling Roger before, we have $19.2 trillion being invested in the United States of America by other people and countries. No country in the world has ever had anything like that. And plants and factories and everything's being right now built as we speak, being built all over the country. There's never been any country that's as hot as we are right now. In addition to that, we have the strongest military in the world. You saw that with Venezuela. You're seeing that right now with Iran. For 47 years in a row, they were pushing people around. They're not pushing us around. We're pushing them around. The Penske team held more than 80 meetings in 90 days on Capitol Hill to get this event to happen. This is over a period of years, and nothing happened. And when they came to see, they said when they came to see the president, what did we work it out in about 15 minutes? It was done. And we picked a better track. They went into something that was not as good. And, well, they were dealing with Democrats, what can I tell you? But it wasn't as good. And I said to the group, I said, is this the exact track that you want? And they said, you just can't do better than Pennsylvania Avenue when you think of it. And that's going to be the straightaway. It's going to be fantastic. This event is following in the footsteps of that event that I just mentioned, the UFC event, which we hosted. Dana White, who's a fantastic man, what he's done, the great job. And this will be equally as breathtaking. The air show that we're going to have is going to be, along with the car, is going to be something. We did the greatest air show, I think, ever on July 4th. They've never seen planes at that level. It was really quite a time. And then we had an event, and there was rain, and Everybody was told to leave. There was lightning, and they didn't leave. And I said, we can't not do it. So we went back. I said, everybody, let's come back. And we ended up, we had 425,000 people when we started. And they were thinking that it was a number much bigger than ever anticipated. And then everybody was told to go home, and I heard about that. I said, no way. So we called them all back. We ended up with 152,000 people. It was actually made hotter. This was made better and hotter by bad weather, believe it or not. I said, I don't care if I have to make the speech at 2 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't matter. But on our 250th anniversary, America deserves the greatest celebration in the history of our country, in the history of the world, and I think this is it, and this is really a big part of the crescendo. So next month, these exceptional sportsmen, drivers, athletes, they're great athletes. Nobody can do. They're born with something very special. They're born with an ability to press that pedal all the way down to the ground. Most people can't do that. Very few people can, but their beautiful cars are going to make freedom roar. This will be a freedom that's roaring like never before. So I'd like to now just ask Sean Duffy. This guy, Sean, is exceptional. And you know what people don't know? He was the world record in going up logs, going up to the top of these stupid trees. I never saw anything like. And Sean, how many years were you the champion of that? 5? For 5 years, he was the world champion. He was the lumberjack. Who the hell knew that about Sean Duffy? And that because I like champions. He was the world champion for 5 years, going up a tree and coming down. He said going up wasn't bad. Coming down was very dangerous. He broke his back a couple of times, little things like that. But he was the world champion at that, climbing the tree for 5 separate times. And, you know, we respect great champions and athletes. So you wouldn't believe it. That's my man. I've known that for a long time. And he's married to Rachel, who's an incredible woman. She's a very big success on television, and we love their family. We love him. So I'd like to ask Sean to say a few words, and then Roger Penske is going to speak. And then we're going to be given a display of how to put tires on a car very quickly. So you're going to have a good time. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
Well, first, thank you, Mr. President. As the Secretary of Transportation, lumberjack sports, we used to move logs down rivers, one of the first modes of transportation, so it's fitting. Thank you for the job. But it's great to be here with two legends, one legend in presidential history, but another legend, Roger Penske, in motorsports history for this great day. And just a little history that the President mentioned. The Department of Transportation was working with Fox Sports and the Penskes, and Bud Denker was working the Hill, and he had over 80 meetings on the Hill trying to make this event happen, because when you think about America 250, you also think about cars, and when you think about cars, you do think about freedom. This all goes together, and we had some people who were creating problems for us on the Hill. Not your team, Mr. President. The other team was creating problems. And so you don't go to the President with a half-baked idea. But we hit a roadblock, and I called Roger. I said, Roger, you got to call the President and tell him about this great idea, and can he move this forward? And the President's right. It was one phone call, and the President said, done. We're gonna celebrate America 250 with an IndyCar race for the first time in the U.S. Capitol. And so I appreciate that, Mr. President, for all you have done to make this event happen. It would not be going on unless we had presidential engagement. And I agree the UFC fight was remarkable. But America's birthday doesn't end on the 4th of July. Our birthday continues for the coming year. And so to continue to celebrate America 250, it would only make sense that we would do that with this road race. It's going to be August 23rd. The tickets are free. The weather's not going to be 100 degrees in D.C. I'm thinking like 75 maybe in August. My mouth to God's ears. But we hope everyone comes and checks out this race. And it's going to be epic. And to the racers, I got to go around the Indy track at 175 miles an hour. And that felt like it was really fast. These guys are going 200, 250 around the track, true athletes. So to have you all here and to have the cars here is fantastic. And again, just finally, Mr. President, Thank you for your leadership. You don't do anything that's small. Everything you do is big. It's huge. It's the best. It's the greatest. Whether it's the UFC fight or an IndyCar race in the Capitol, we appreciate your leadership. America loves you, and thank you for making this happen.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and welcome everybody here today. It's an honor for me, Mr. President, to be here and be part of this celebration. When you think about 250 years of this country, it's an amazing time. It's a great place to live. It's a great place to work. And I think we're fortunate to have the most important office in the world give us the green light and then the checkered flag to have this event in August. Think about it. Over 250,000 people signed up to come to this event. And we will be able to accommodate 100,000 each of the 2 days. And it's for free, as the President said. But we're honored. I think it's an opportunity to showcase the technology, the speed, the partnerships, and the athletes that make such a difference. We think about the Indy 500 as an iconic race, but this is going to move right up there next to it as far as we're concerned from the standpoint of the best in the world. So, Mr. President, thank you again for this opportunity, and I think we have a special helmet for you. Am I right, Alex?
We do.
We hope you will wear that when you're riding around in the Beast, leading the field. Come to the green flag. Again, thank you, sir. Bud Denker.
Right now we're listening live in D.C. as we just heard from Roger Penske, owner of Team Penske, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and IndyCar, along with President Trump speaking at a Freedom 250 Grand Prix event here. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and switch gears to talk about kind of something that's been kind of weighing on a lot of people, I would say, in health news after the passing was announced of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham and the heart disease after we learned the cause of it and just the concerns about how sudden it came on. So we're going to be speaking with a doctor right after this. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, but we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk here on your Monday afternoon. I want to talk, as we were talking earlier today, about the tragic passing of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham over the weekend and just kind of the suddenness of it all. I know it came as a shock to many just after videos resurfaced of him less than 24 hours prior, up, moving around and walking. I'll show you the latest statement from President Trump posted on Truth Social earlier this morning saying, "I recommended to Governor Henry McMaster, Lindsey Graham's wonderful sister Darlene, to serve as interim senator from the great state of South Carolina. This would be a fabulous tribute to Lindsey, who loved her dearly." It is up to the governor of South Carolina at the end of the day to make that call. There is a press conference happening in just a couple hours here that we will bring to you in part live on the Wisconsin Live Desk to hopefully get more information on that front. But I want to talk about the actual disease that they realized after getting the autopsy report yesterday of that caused Senator Graham's death, actually, and it's a form of heart disease. So I want to bring in Dr. Paul DeMusto with UW Health to just kind of talk more about this because, excuse me, there is the president leaving right now as we speak, but there we are. But doctor, I kind of want to talk about it because some people may be hearing about this specific type of condition for the first time. So can you kind of give a rundown of what it is and what type of age groups are affected?
Yeah, well, thank you for having me on. And aortic dissection, as we've learned with Senator Graham's case, can be a lethal problem. But some of the things that can predispose people to it are high blood pressure that's particularly uncontrolled. Certain younger groups of people can have inherited connective tissue diseases, such as Marfan's or Ehlers-Danlos, that predispose them to this. And some people can have an abnormal aortic valve in their heart that also predisposes them to something like this.
Is this something that you typically diagnose, or is it come on suddenly, like this case with Senator Graham?
Oftentimes, the first time people know about any sort of this problem is when the actual event happens, like with Senator Graham. This usually is kind of a silent killer, if you will. And people don't know or see anything wrong until the actual dissection occurs.
What is the difference between this versus a heart attack, if there is one?
Good question. So a heart attack affects the arteries that supply blood to the heart muscle itself, which causes the heart pump, if you will, to stop working well. An aortic dissection is the main artery leading out of the heart. And so that means you can think of it almost like a water main break. In some cases, and we don't know for sure, but I would suspect in Senator Graham's case, that actually obstructs the flow to the heart muscle and can lead to sudden death.
I know every case has got to be different depending on who the person is, but talking timeline here, how quickly is it from when you have the symptoms to when you're actually having the episode?
It's a good question. Usually you don't feel anything until the tear or the dissection itself occurs. There are different types or different areas of the aorta that can dissect, and if it happens more in what we call the descending thoracic aorta that runs down through your chest, that oftentimes is less lethal initially, and we have a little more time for treatment. If it occurs in the ascending aorta, right by the heart, or where the arteries that come to the brain and arms come off, that it can be a true surgical emergency, as in this case, I suspect.
For people who might be watching, who might be concerned about loved ones or themselves, what is the typical age group or gender that might be more susceptible to having an episode like this?
Yeah, we typically see it sort of at two age groups. Those are particularly young, oftentimes will have some abnormal connective tissue in their body. And there usually are other signs of that a person may be diagnosed with that earlier on before an aortic dissection happens. And then the other group is sort of this 60 to 70-year-old age group like Senator Graham, where they've had potentially high blood pressure that hasn't been well controlled for a period of time, or they have this abnormal heart valve that wasn't detected previously.
So what can you talk more about what can be done, if anything, to avoid having something like this happen?
Yeah, the biggest thing is controlling blood pressure. We talk a lot about that, but blood pressure control is the biggest thing that we can do to prevent something like this from happening. In terms of a risk that people can modify. Obviously, you can't change your connective tissue or aortic valve without surgery.
What are the odds of surviving something like this? I mean, I know you firsthand have performed surgeries that maybe have involved these types of things. What does that look like?
Yeah, so the surgeries for a type A dissection, which we don't know for sure, but if I had to guess would be what happened in Senator Graham's case, that involves open heart surgery where we open the chest, go on the heart-lung bypass and cool the patient down and replace that part of the aorta. For surgeries for the aorta farther down in the chest, then that can be done sometimes endovascularly, minimally invasively with stents, or sometimes we'd have to open the chest for those as well. You had asked previously about survival and time and things, and the difference in where it's at, really, where the dissection is versus what we call a type A in the ascending aorta or a type B in that descending part that goes down the side of the chest, makes a difference. Only when a type A dissection occurs, only about half the patients even make it to the hospital, and I think that's what happened, if I had to guess, in this case.
For people who might have loved ones, and that includes me, my dad had heart failure and now has a pacemaker. I think when something like this of a condition is making headlines, is there anything that you would recommend people doing that could do now to maybe help prevent this? I know you had mentioned blood pressure as well, but any recommendations of scans or screenings that can be done to maybe catch something like this at all?
Yeah, unfortunately, there really isn't. The biggest thing that we can look for or check for is whether there's an aortic aneurysm or a dilation of the aorta. That also can put people at a risk of having a dissection like this. Quitting smoking is the other big thing people can do, because that weakens the arteries and can lead or predispose people to this.
Is there anything else that you feel like we haven't touched on that you think might be important for people watching right now to know?
Well, I think that, it's sort of known for heart attacks and things that if you're having chest pain, you should get it evaluated immediately. Similar for this, in terms of most people describe a pain that is a tearing type pain that goes sometimes from the front of their chest to their back. It's something that people have never felt before. It's not like I slept wrong or lifted something wrong. It's a definitive thing that's definitely different, and to seek emergency medical attention if something like that were to occur. Otherwise, quitting smoking, controlling blood pressure, if there's any sort of family history of aortic aneurysm or dissection, talking with their doctor about potentially getting an ultrasound or a CT scan to look for an aneurysm that could predispose them to this.
Yeah, key here seems like to act quickly if you are experiencing those feelings. Dr. DeMusto with UW Health, thanks so much for joining us today on the Live Desk. We're going to take a quick break here, but some great advice there, especially if you are reading these headlines and may know somebody or you yourself are vulnerable to heart disease or have a heart condition. Very tragic situation, but hopefully with the amount of attention it's getting could save somebody else's life. We're going to take a quick break here, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Going to give you a live look outside, but the only thing I have ready to go is the gas prices right now from our tower cam. This is in Brown Deer right now after we just heard from Patrick DeHaan with Gas Buddy, just kind of talking about the increase that we're seeing right now. Gas Buddy saying the national average price of gasoline is seeing its first weekly increase since May 11th, rising 10.3 cents a gallon in the last week to $3.82 a gallon. So we're a little bit below that here, sitting at $3.74 in Brown Deer. But again, this is going to be monitored as several factors are playing a part, including some overseas like the Strait of Hormuz and the renewed conflict between the U.S. and Iran there. President Trump saying a little bit earlier that the U.S. will blockade Iran in the strait and will charge ships for safe passage. So we're monitoring that, as well as Russia and Ukraine, also a contributing factor. But another thing Patrick DeHaan was talking about was the heat, saying that that is a factor as well. I'm going to bring in Stephanie Barrichello right now because we are not getting any cooler out there. It's 92 degrees now. Oh my gosh. And then we're expected to be under an advisory tomorrow. I feel like I didn't get enough. I didn't take advantage enough this weekend of it was still hot, but nothing near what we're going to be seeing this week.
I know. Well, and even you think of last week, and we got a break from what we saw 2 weeks ago, but we saw multiple rounds of storms. It was still very humid. So you're right. There really wasn't much of a break in there. Now, temperatures have jumped to that 90-degree mark in a handful of communities. You can see Milwaukee 92, Waukesha right around 90, West Bend 91, and a couple of those northern communities, both in the upper 80s. So you can really start to see as we, cross that 130 mark this afternoon that temperatures are still in the process of climbing. The difference, though, with this prolonged, period of heat as compared to the one we saw 2 weeks ago is that dew points are not expected to be as high. So 2 weeks ago, we had dew points Monday through Thursday at least that were in the middle and upper 70s. It was dreadful. Dew points right now are still in the low 60s in a handful of spots, which is why as we look at feel-like temperatures, they're only a few degrees higher than what the actual air temperature is. There is a bit of a trade-off though. When dew points are a little bit lower, and again, these numbers, it's still a little sticky, but nothing compared to what we saw a couple weeks ago. But when dew points stay a little lower, our air temperatures can climb. So even though we're not expecting to see dew points to the level that we saw a few weeks ago, air temperatures are probably going to be higher than what we had 2 weeks ago because of that slightly lower dew point. Tomorrow, we could have air temperatures in the upper 90s. So again, there is that trade-off there, and it's still going to be very hot over the next couple of days. Again, dew points at this point in time actually as low as 61 in Milwaukee. Most other spots, though, still in those middle and upper 60s. So absolutely can still feel the humidity out there. And now dew points, again, they're low right now from what the forecast is what we're still anticipating towards the afternoon. But again, I do expect higher humidity levels Tuesday, especially Wednesday, and maybe into the end of the week. We actually have some storm chances that'll creep back in late in the week, and that could still keep some of those higher dew points in place. We are especially looking at Tuesday and Wednesday, so tomorrow as well as Wednesday, for that potential of heat indices to get into the triple digits, maybe as high as 102 or even a little bit higher than that come Wednesday. This afternoon, if dew points climb a little bit more, we very easily could feel like temperatures in the middle and upper 90s. But for example, again, tomorrow with that air temperature potentially in the upper 90s, it does not take much of a dew point to push that feel like temperature into the 100s because the air temperature itself is so high. So all you need to know is that it is still going to be very hot and still humid heading into the next couple of days. Heat advisory, as Maddie mentioned, this was put into place a couple hours ago. So this is all of southeast Wisconsin, starts at noon tomorrow and continues until 8 p.m. on Wednesday. So really those 2 days could certainly be the hottest here locally. We'll watch late in the week. If we do end up seeing some of those storm chances roll in, that could help us out a little bit. But it's going to be a hot one. So temperatures expected to be in the 90s through at least Friday. I think Saturday's kind of on the cutoff. It's still very warm in the upper 80s. It'll kind of just depend on those storm chances, but a bit heightened Tuesday into Wednesday. And then we see those temperatures late in the week, more so on par with what we have out there right now. So you can tell, again, regardless of, if those dew points are a little bit lower, it's still going to be very hot because our air temperature is going to climb. Also worth mentioning, we are looking at completely sunny skies through at least Thursday. Friday is when we could start to see those storm chances roll in. Not much of a breeze either. So just, know going into the next couple of days, we are going to have to stay hydrated. We're probably going to have to do a lot of watering if we're still trying to keep our flowers alive. My hydrangeas are drooping like crazy already. And just another week of just really being safe and taking proper precautions as you're out and about, still trying to enjoy summertime in Milwaukee.
Yeah, there's a balance for sure between, making sure you're staying hydrated in the heat and then also trying to get out and enjoy the sun while we have it. I know I kind of abuse that. I have a really bad sunburn right now.
I know, I kind of have some splotchies right now. It's so funny. My skin is very weird where the sunscreen works really well, but if I miss a spot,
then it's, yeah.
So you can tell where I probably just put sunscreen on my shoulder. There's like one tiny part that's not burned. So I'm not very good at applying sunscreen is basically what I'm saying.
I'm not either. Well, I didn't even, and I should have. It's so bad. But I feel, am I more dehydrated because I'm sunburnt? Is that a thing?
I don't know. In my mind, it makes sense.
I'm more just asking to the public at this point because I feel so dehydrated right now. Maybe it's because I'm also hearing us talk about these dew points and the humidity and stuff. But I guess important thing is stay hydrated, and especially heading into the next few days. I know you guys will be keeping an eye out. And I guess no rain, at least for a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to stay dry and sunny through at least Thursday, I think. We'll see about those late in the week chances. But right now, it's not looking like any major storm system at this point in time.
Yeah, good for us, not for our plants as much as you were saying. So keep an eye on that stuff. Thanks for joining us here. We'll take a quick break. We're going to have updates on your weather on the forecast every hour here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. So keep it right here. And we've got more news right after this. Stay with us. Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Let's give you a live look outside right now, downtown. Looking out there, you can't see it, but you can sure feel it if you're outside. 92 degrees, look at the bug on the bottom left of your screen. And I did do my research. I should have probably asked the doctor we just had on about this, but sunburn can cause dehydration. This is from Johns Hopkins Medicine. It's an article saying that sunburn is, well, it's explaining what sunburn is, and then also adding that sunburn draws fluid away from the rest of your body to the skin surface as part of the inflammatory response. The process, combined with damaged skin cells, causes significant fluid loss. So it's not just me. I am probably extra dehydrated right now because of my sunburn. So we're going to keep an eye on the weather. Again, we are expected to be under those advisories starting tomorrow. We were just added earlier today. I'm going to take you out now to a meeting that happened earlier this morning with Milwaukee Public Schools following a fire that took place at Lincoln Avenue School last week. Brenda Casalius, the superintendent, spoke there. And we're going to give you part of what she has to say in part, followed by an update from our Bria Jones on the situation there regarding what to do with the building.
I wanted to see first off, does anyone need interpretation? Because if you don't, we can give the interpreter a break.
Para comenzar, ¿hay alguien aquí que necesita un intérprete? Si no, para darle un descanso al intérprete.
Raise your hand if you need interpretation.
Por favor, alza la mano si necesita intérprete.
It appears we don't need interpretation, so that will give you a break there then. Thank you. Well, welcome everybody. I wanted to first acknowledge that this has been a really difficult time for the Lincoln Avenue community and the broader Lincoln Avenue community and really all of Milwaukee to lose such an incredible legacy within the community, which is Lincoln Avenue School. I know that our alumni have started a spirit page and been sharing memories, and the community has just really rallied together. What I wanted to first start off with is first acknowledging and saying thank you to our firefighters in the city of Milwaukee. Can we give them a round of applause? They made sure that everything was safe. They came, no one was injured in this accident, and we are just so grateful that nobody was injured during this. Obviously, we don't ever want to lose a building or have damage within the community, but we couldn't have prevented it. I also want to give a really big gratitude to my team. First and foremost, Mr. Harris. He is our interim deputy of operations, and he just got the call right away with our emergency management team, Kevin Hafman and Dr. Jacobs. They have just really pulled together with Mr. Terz, our facilities person. And I just want to shout out Mr. Harris. He has been up all day for several weeks doing work in the evenings and on the weekend. And let me just say, this heat isn't helping at all. So really grateful to my entire team, many of them standing here beside me. And then I just wanted to say that we've been spending the past couple of weeks really trying to meet with our principal. Principal Ayala has been amazing. Where is she? There she is over there. Her leadership has been an incredible reflection of the incredible school leaders that we have in our district, and the way that they stand up and show up for our kids and for our community is just so commendable. And then of course, our principal, Pulaski, Mr. Jason, who is here. I always, and so I'm still learning the last names of our 139 principals. But anyways, here, grateful to the Lincoln community. We wanted to have this meeting and have been having meetings over the past couple of weeks with our staff, with our families, and this is another opportunity for the broader community to come out and to just get information about where we're at, what our next steps are, so that you're not just getting it from the media, and you can ask your questions of the team here, and then you can offer any suggestions and make sure that we're not missing anything, because what we want to do is make sure we wrap our arms around our students and our families and our entire community, and everybody feels valued and that they have a voice in the next steps for the community. And this is really, really important to us. We, within, I think the first day or two, met with the staff right away, talking with them and meeting with our school engagement council. That's like a PTA or a PTO at the school. And we met with them and asked them what is it that we need to be thinking about as we think about next steps already. And they said we want to stay together as a community. That was their number one ask, is we really feel like a family at the school and we want to stay together. The second thing they told us was that we don't want to go too far away. Many of our families walk to school, they have this sense of community and sense of place, and so they wanted to stay close by. That got my team really busy, looking at what are some of the schools nearby. They looked at a couple schools that were a little further away that maybe had some capacity, and all of those just didn't work for some reason or another. Either they didn't have capacity, they were too far away, or they just weren't the right fit. They had different programming in them, and Pulaski seemed to be the best choice because Pulaski had Carmen move out just this year. How serendipitous was that? And created some space at this high school. And then when they walked the building, they noticed that there were some other things that were quite special about the community. And I think both principals are quite excited about working together. So we're here to hear your thoughts and to give you a little information. And then just have this ongoing dialogue with you and start the dialogue. We don't have a lot of answers. You know, I've been in touch with the city and with the mayor and with the chief and the other neighborhood services about the building. Obviously, you know, they raised the building and they're getting ready to take it down. In the process of that, they made a decision to raise it. They haven't done it completely yet. But they're thinking about what's next. We don't have those answers just yet about what's next. We'll be working with the community about what's next, and the city. As you know, the city owns our buildings. We lease them, and so we are working closely with the city on what's next, and we'll be working very closely with you. So this won't be the only community meeting that we have. We'll have several others where we continue to plan and decide what the next steps are for this community and the actual site that Lincoln Avenue is on. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to President Zombor of the school board to make some comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm also here joined with Director Mimi Reza, and on behalf of the Milwaukee Board of School Directors, I want to start by thanking the Lincoln Avenue school community for your strength and resilience and determination you've shown since the fire. Losing Lincoln Avenue School, a building that served the neighborhood for over 100 years, is a loss, and we know how much it means to students and families and staff who call it home. But we also know a school is more than bricks and walls. A school is its students, its educators, its staff, its classrooms filled with learning and laughter and joy, and those things can't be taken away by a fire. The heart of Lincoln Avenue has always been its people, and that will continue wherever learning takes place. So I'm here to let you know that the board is here to help in this process and fully supports the district's plan to keep the school community together in one location in the coming school year. As decisions about rebuilding and next steps move forward, we will stay closely involved. So thank you for all being here today, and I'll turn it over to Michael Harris to walk through details of the plan.
Thank you. So good morning, everyone. Michael Harris, Interim Deputy Superintendent of Operations. So just to provide an update.
Right now we're listening to a public meeting from earlier this morning. We just heard from MPS Superintendent Brenda Casalius as well as other officials with Milwaukee Public Schools following a fire that happened at Lincoln Avenue Elementary School. I want to bring in our reporter Bria Jones, who's covering this story today for us. Bria, this isn't the only public meeting that they're holding today.
Yeah, that's right, Maddie. They had this public meeting, this community meeting today, just for people to come out and really not only just voice their concerns, but also offer support. They talked about monetary donations. This conversation was just really covered every single thing that they felt like not just parents and students, but really just the broader community needed to know about what's going to be happening with Lincoln Avenue School. And really just from what they laid out, I know you guys were just playing a portion of that community meeting. There's one today that we attended, and there's also one tomorrow as well. So again, if you missed today, you can also head out to tomorrow's meeting, and that is at the Boys and Girls Club at Rogers. So really just kind of dig into what they were talking about. We're talking about 450 students at Lincoln Avenue School. They will now be joining the 950 students that are over at Pulaski High School. And so basically they just kind of laid out exactly what went into that decision. Obviously, we know there was that massive 5-alarm fire that destroyed Lincoln Avenue School back on June 30th. And so now the question was for them, obviously, once, they were able to put out the fire, was really the next steps. They said, one, obviously the crisis of putting out the fire, then where do we go from here? Obviously, there's still many questions lingering about what will happen to the school. We know that the school will be torn down, but exactly what the next steps are, Dr. Brenda Casellas says that could take several months for them to figure out exactly what the future of Lincoln Avenue School looks like. But for right now, we know that the 450 students at Lincoln Avenue School will be joining forces with Pulaski High School. But the beauty in all of this, they say, is that the buildings will remain separate. And so in that the community meeting you just played out, after the operations person spoke, we had a chance to hear from the principal of Lincoln Avenue School, and really just kind of painted a picture that I guess what they wanted it to be was, they said, transparent, obviously, but really comforting for families to know that the students obviously dealing with the trauma and the loss coming from the fire, but they say that they're expecting to give them every single thing that they would at Lincoln as close as possible to that at Pulaski. So they can show pictures of the classrooms that students would be in. They say, hey, these are similar classrooms that we had at Lincoln. We got to see the entrance of what they say the students will be able to do. So they have separate entrances and exit areas. They have different play areas. They will have their own cafeteria. They will have their own stairwells, and they will have their own school office. And so for them, it was really important because for a lot of parents, a lot of people in that audience, obviously the big concern is you have elementary students merging with high school students. And so just for the families and the parents in that audience, the principal said she knew that that would be top of the mind for so many families. And they really just wanted to give the families really just a sense of relief, to let them know that, hey, they thought this through. Again, we have separate spaces, different entrances, play areas, the cafeteria will be different. So for them, obviously, Dr. Casellas did mention, this is also an opportunity for the bigger kids to mentor and lean into helping the younger kids, but they want to make sure that they're maintaining their own individual identities. And so I think there will be some crossover just listening from the meeting, obviously, when it comes to some of the playground facilities, the athletics. Obviously, it's kind of hard to separate some of the green spaces. But again, the beauty in this, they're saying that they will obviously have their own identities. The Lincoln Avenue School will remain Lincoln Avenue School. Someone did ask, will there be a name change? As of right now, it's just Lincoln Avenue School at Pulaski. And because there was a charter school that moved out just last month, the charter school was already in its own portion of Pulaski. And so really Lincoln Avenue School is just moving into what that charter school vacated just last month. And so again, 450 students are impacted by all of this. I can't even tell you how many educators, teachers involved, but really a portion of this community meeting also. Again, we say the name community meeting. This was about the community. And so they did take questions. There were not too many questions. People really in the audience just wanted to know how they could help. And so they do have a donation that they are kind of, they're still determining exactly what they want to do and how they will allocate the money. But again, they're urging people who want to give to the NPS Foundation, and then they have some sort of board that will then kind of delegate where the money goes. And they're also saying that if you want to donate school supplies or whatever immediate needs the school may have, you can also drop those off over at the NPS headquarters. And so this was really just about inviting people to the table to be a part of that conversation, and really, as folks may say, laying out how the sausage is made. And so they wanted folks to know exactly how they make this decision. I think they spelled out, I want to go through some notes here. there were at least 4 other schools that were options that could have housed the students at Lincoln. But for them, they said, hey, this was really the best option because one, it's I think they said about 1.5 miles away from where the school stands. They say that they have capacity, and so that was really the 2 biggest things: the closeness, and they had the capacity that really no other building within MPS had. And so at this point in time, as far as this transition, they're trying to make it as seamless as possible. We cannot ignore there was a massive 5-alarm fire, so obviously some things will fall through the cracks at some point, and things are not going to be perfect. But for them, they're trying to, if you had transportation to Lincoln, you will have transportation to Pulaski. They've even gone as far as making sure that parents know early on now that they are trying to do the drop-off lines. They're already trying to reach out to the city to make sure that their drop-off lines are different from what Pulaski has, because they say that many of their students are they're riders and they're walkers, and so they just want to make sure that they can get to school as safely as possible, but really they just really want to make sure that they're also keeping everybody together. And so as far as the future of what Lincoln Avenue School looks like, that is really unclear. They obviously know that they have to tear down the school. They say that's something that the city will be handling, so the timeline on that has not yet been released. They also say that they're waiting to hear back from the city to learn exactly what the next steps possibly could even look like. So again, there's a lot of collaboration that will now have to happen between MPS and the city of Milwaukee as they really work together to navigate the future of what Lincoln Avenue School would look like in this community.
Very interesting. I feel like for so many of us, we think, oh, it's summer, back to school is so far away, but we're already like mid-July.
Yeah.
So this is going to be a race to prepare, and so many students impacted. Bria will continue to follow this story, and we know you'll give us the latest when you hear. But yeah, it'll be very interesting to see what they end up doing with that building, as Bria was saying. And also we heard from Superintendent Brenda Caselius just talking about the future of what the school would look like. And we really don't know much right now. Their efforts are focused more on how they're going to accommodate these students for at least the first half of the school year with that merger now with Pulaski High School. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us.
super.
This
And
is the
hello,
Wisconsin
can I
Live
start?
Desk.
Welcome back to the Wisconsin Live Desk, top of the 2 o'clock hour here on your Monday afternoon. Let's give you a live look at downtown Milwaukee right now. 93 degrees. That number just keeps ticking upward. We are not under any advisories right now, but just wait. Starting tomorrow morning, we will be, much of southeast Wisconsin will be under that heat advisory. So you're going to want to stay cool and stay hydrated. I know I am. I have my giant water bottle right here. So cheers to everybody out there. Make sure that you are staying hydrated and taking care of yourself. I want to bring you guys up to speed with a situation happening right now. We got an email early this morning in our inbox from the Red Cross talking about how they're in dire need of donors to donate blood here in southeast Wisconsin and across the country, rather. I want to bring in Laura McGuire right now with the American Red Cross right now. And Laura, this is a pretty serious situation. Kind of talk about it a little bit.
Oh, absolutely. This morning, the Red Cross did declare an emergency blood shortage. What we found was our blood supply is about 25% down from where it was in June. So we're really asking people to, this is a really urgent time to roll up your sleeve and give blood.
Do you know the potential reason for the shortage? Do we tend to see this in the summer months? Are there any trends involved for why there's a shortage?
Basically what I can tell you is that we've seen a couple different trends. One, the summer months is high trauma season, so hospitals are always requesting more blood. We also look at blood drives. A lot of school and university blood drives are not happening during the summer, and they contribute to about 38,000 donations. So to put that kind of in perspective, the Red Cross needs to collect 12,000 donations a day. And what we're seeing is that there is an increase of hospital patients needing blood. So we're just really asking people to keep that in mind, roll up the sleeve, give blood. Somebody needs blood every 2 seconds. So again, we never, as the Red Cross, want to be able to have to turn anyone away. We strive on having blood for everyone wherever they might need it.
Is this having a direct impact right now on hospitals, I guess specifically in Wisconsin?
Not that I'm aware of. Again, I'm not a doctor. You would have to ask a doctor for that. But we never want doctors to be in that situation where they need to triage who gets blood and who doesn't. So the best way to remedy the situation is to ask people to give blood. You are able to make an appointment at 1-800-RED-CROSS. Or you're able to go to redcrossblood.org where you can make an appointment. The overall process takes about an hour. So, giving up an hour of your time is a really easy thing to do. And what we also see is that people don't realize that you or one of your loved ones might need blood. And our surveys actually show that 1 in 5 people actually know that blood does have an expiration date. The expiration date is 42 days. So one, we never want your loved ones or yourself to be without blood, and blood expires. And unfortunately, right now, there's no way to manufacture blood. It's about giving it and getting it from one another.
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a certain type of blood that you guys are looking for? Or is this more of an all hands on deck situation, like anybody should?
Yep, all blood types are needed. However, type O is the most widely used blood. And when hospitals and trauma centers do not have time to type a person's blood, they always reach for type O. But we also are seeing a need for B negative. And just as of this morning, we also have a platelet shortage. Platelets are the cladding mechanism in your blood, and a lot of cancer patients and surgery patients need platelets. So there's so much out there. Your one donation can help save many lives. And what a great way. It's hot outside. We ask that you travel when it's safe, but inside our donation centers and our blood drives, it's cool. What a great way to cool off on a hot summer day and know that you're helping to save lives.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask, for people who may be on the fence right now about donating blood, is this something that is kind of like a quick thing that you can just get done and then you can go about your day? What should the procedure look like after you donate?
Sure. What we ask is that people hydrate. It makes your blood obviously flow a lot quicker. We ask that you be 16 years of age and that you bring in some type of form of identification. Once you are at our blood drive or our donation centers, we give you some reading information. We put you through a little mini health history to make sure that your blood and yourself is safe to give. We check things such as your blood pressure, your hemoglobin. We ask about medications, travel. And once that's completed, you are escorted to one of our donation chairs. The little pitch on the needle it happens super quick. We have great staff to coach you through it. The needle is actually only in your arm for 8 to 10 minutes, depending on how hydrated you are. So with that, once your donation's done, some people tell me the best part is going to their refreshment table and having cookies and juice. And again, we just want you to replenish after your blood donation.
A lot of great reasons and incentives to donate blood right now. Can you talk a little bit about the actual incentive that you're offering now with the gift cards if you do donate between now and I believe the end of the month, correct?
Yes, it's July 13th, which is today till the end of the month. As a thank you for everyone who comes to give blood, you will receive a Fandango movie ticket by email, and that does have a value up to $15 for a ticket price. So just our way of saying thank you for giving, but again, keep in mind that the best feeling is knowing that you're helping someone and helping to save someone's life.
Yeah, donating blood, getting some cookies and juice, and then going somewhere else cool, to a movie theater. Plenty of reasons to donate, as well as, and you said it perfectly yourself, you never know when somebody you know or a loved one is going to need it. So definitely a great reason to donate right now. Laura, thank you so much for joining us here on the live desk.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a quick break here. And again, we have that article up on our website right now to learn more. And again, you can go to their website as well. But yeah, what a great incentive. Until the end of the month, you can get a gift card. I love the movies. I feel like there's so many great ones this summer. And also you can get a free gift card and be helping out a really great cause. I'm going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We'll be right back.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
I want to take you back out to Washington, D.C. right now. This is a live look at the Senate floor that has just opened now. Again, this is following the news of the passing of U.S. Senator Lindsey Graham representing South Carolina. We heard over the weekend from his team and then also from other officials that he passed from a heart condition. And we talked a little bit about it earlier. You can watch that full interview on our website at fox6now.com to learn a bit more about it. But we were looking at a shot earlier showing where Senator Graham normally sat does have a little bouquet of white flowers in his honor. But things will resume as normal today and as expected. This is the latest statement that we've heard. Actually, this is some reaction that we're getting from lawmakers in Wisconsin. This is from Senator Ron Johnson saying, quote, "I am shocked and deeply saddened on the sudden passing of my friend and colleague, Lindsey Graham. He was a true American patriot who blended a wonderful sense of humor with a serious and dedicated sense of duty to our country. He will be sorely missed. My thoughts and prayers." Getting more reaction as well here, if we have it up, that we can get on our tag board from, we might have another? We do. We'll rotate to from Derek Van Orden here saying, "Sarah Jane and I are very saddened to hear of the unexpected passing of Lindsey. We are praying that his soul will rest in gentle repose." Again, very sudden death this happened here. We heard from officials saying that he was taken to the hospital and then shortly after was pronounced dead at 10:23 p.m. Saturday night. An autopsy completed yesterday revealed the cause of death, which was that heart condition there. And again, we talked with the doctor just talking about how quickly this can come on and really isn't something that can necessarily be caught earlier. It happens very sudden. A lot of people don't know what's happening until they actually have the episode there. So definitely a very somber tone this afternoon on the Senate floor right now, which is now open. Again, we also heard from President Trump saying that he recommended to Governor Henry McMaster to have Lindsey Graham's sister serve as interim senator for South Carolina. Again, the governor is the one who does end up making that call in the end. He is expected to speak in a little less than an hour right now about the passing of Senator Graham and what the next steps are. But let's talk a little bit too kind of about what happens, because obviously this will affect, the elections coming in November. So a special election will be held next month to pick a new Republican nominee in the general election for Graham's seat. He had been seeking a 5th term this year. So we all know President Trump's recommendation for the interim right now. But again, that final call will not be made until the governor speaks on it. So let's listen actually right now as the Senate floor just opened.
The halls of the Senate already feel empty without him. And I know I'm not alone in that feeling. He was a friend to so many of us on both sides of the aisle. And I know that I'm not the only one who finds it difficult to imagine the Senate without Lindsey Graham. Mr. President, the events of Lindsey's life have been well documented over the past couple of days. His humble beginnings in South Carolina, sharing a single room with the rest of his family behind his family's bar. His guardianship of his younger sister, Darlene, after the untimely death of their parents. His long service in the Air Force, the South Carolina Air National Guard, and the Air Force Reserve. His career in politics, first as a member of the South Carolina House of Representatives, then as a member of the U.S. House of Representatives, where I served with him for 6 years, and then in the Senate, where he was just completing his 4th term. In the Senate, Lindsey distinguished himself as a staunch conservative and a fierce advocate for South Carolina, but also as someone who was willing to work across the aisle to find common ground and to reach solutions. A lawyer by trade, he serves as chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee from 2019 to 2021, where he helped confirm a Supreme Court justice and numerous federal judges, the kind of judges who believe in following the law and the Constitution instead of legislating policy from the bench. Most of all, of course, Mr. President, Lindsay was known for his national security and foreign policy work. There was no bigger believer in America's role in the world. He was confident that the United States could be a force for good, and he gave everything he had to ensuring that we would be. He was a friend and defender of freedom-loving peoples all over the world. He stood with the Ukrainian people in their fight against Russian aggression, and he died with his boots on, having just returned from a trip to Ukraine, his 10th. He believed fiercely in the importance of a strong national defense, in ensuring that our country and our military men and women were always prepared to deter and defeat any threat. But while there was always a lot made of his support for American hard power, he was also a big believer in the use of soft power, economic, diplomatic, and political solutions to the world's problems. I was fortunate to travel with him all over the world, including to Israel after Hamas's October 7th attack. And I saw firsthand the work that he did to promote American security and the security of freedom-loving peoples around the globe. And of course, I don't need to tell anyone in this body that Lindsay was fearless in his commitment to the causes that he espoused. It didn't matter to him whether he would catch flack on an issue. He was undaunted by the politics if he believed he was right on the principle. Senator, warrior, patriot, statesman. Words that will be written about Lindsay. But for me, most of all, Mr. President, he was my friend. Without friends, Aristotle said, no one would choose to live, although he had all other goods. And it's difficult to count the ways in which Lindsay's friendship made this job richer and its burdens lighter. Lindsay was as loyal as they come and a trusted advisor. I could always rely on him for straight-talking advice. He never minced words or pulled punches. I could also rely on him for a steady flow of humor and encouragement. He always could make me laugh, always. In the last couple of years, he came to South Dakota twice, and twice we sat on the deck and watched the sun go down on Lake Oahe. A familiar scene to me, but new to him. And as the stars came out, you could see the Milky Way overhead, and you could hear coyotes howling and rooster pheasants cackling down below. Lindsay's wit punctuated all of it. And I will cherish those memories for a long time to come. Mr. President, if there is any light to be found in this grief, it is this: that as a Christian like Lindsay, I know that death is not the end. The Apostle Paul writes, and I quote, "Brothers and sisters, we do not want you to be uninformed about those who sleep in death, so that you do not grieve like the rest of mankind who have no hope. For we believe that Jesus died and rose again. And so we believe that God will bring with Jesus those who have fallen asleep in him," end quote. Or as another Graham once put it, and I quote, "Someday you will read or hear that Billy Graham is dead. Don't you believe a word of it. I shall be more alive than I am now. I will just have changed my address. I have gone into the presence of God," end quote. I will miss Lindsay's friendship, Mr. President, more than I can say. We pray for his staff and for his family, whom he loved dearly and who loved him dearly in return. But I am comforted by the knowledge that in the end, he has just changed his address. And that one day, Mr. President,
All right, we're listening live right now as the Senate floor just opened. Senate Majority Leader John Thune speaking right now, kind of talking about the legacy that after the passing of Senator Lindsey Graham representing South Carolina there, who passed over the weekend. There, right there is a vase of white flowers where Graham normally would be sitting right now. He passed over the weekend pretty suddenly, actually. I know videos have been surfacing just showing Senator Graham just days prior, completely fine, standing up, talking. I know asked about Mitch McConnell, saying that he was going to talk to him later that day, up, walking around and moving. And then, of course, we know, based on the autopsy report that was released Sunday, that he did pass from a heart condition that we talked about with a doctor from UW Health a little earlier. If you want to learn more about that, we have that interview on fox6now.com. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. I've got a few minutes left here with you, and then Ben Handelman will take over. But for now, we'll be right back in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Take you out to some news happening in Mount Pleasant. That's where residents sued Microsoft over, oh my gosh, excuse me, where, see, I need to be drinking my water, you guys. It's a reminder to stay hydrated. It's hot out there. But this is over a lawsuit that was filed just last week over a data center over there. Our reporter Ben Hansen is in the area right now, saying we're going to do a little drive-in talk to kind of show the scale of this data center. Ben, kind of take it away and give us some background of why this was filed.
Yeah, and so the really interesting thing about this case, actually, it was filed by 3 residents that live in the area because of the noises that they've been experiencing since the construction ended and the data center actually went online. So this is a kind of humming noise, a low humming noise. We haven't heard much of it today, but these residents are saying that it's having such a big impact on their properties that some of them are even considering moving out of this area. So these 3 residents actually filed the class action lawsuit. They have pretty big reason for, in their opinion, for filing this lawsuit, because they said it's damaging their property, they're losing property value, and they're not actually able to enjoy their residence. So a little background on this data center. It's the Fairwater Data Center. Microsoft owns it. It was announced in May 2024. Almost 10,000 construction workers actually worked on it. It's in Mount Pleasant near the intersection of 90th Street and 1st Street, and it's over 315 acres large. So we're going to do a little drive here. You can see out my window, it's the start right here, kind of where some people and employees are driving in, some of the main office areas. But it starts right here. This is the big wall around the data center. And a little bit more on the background of what this lawsuit actually means for the people in this neighborhood. So just to be a little specific, they're not saying it's the noises that happen during the construction. They're saying it's the noises that are occurring after the construction has ended. So like I was mentioning before, that low, like kind of humming noises that the class action lawsuit is alleging coming from HVACs, turbines, generators, and such. But I actually talked to one of the neighbors near the area. She lives about just a little less than a mile away from this data center. Her name is Shannon Hind. She works from home, so she's near this area all the time. And she says that it's severely impacted how much her and her family has been able to enjoy the home and actually be able to be outside because it's causing so much noise and such an annoyance to this family. She can't get past the noise so much that I was talking to her, and she's even considering moving out with her family. So, Maddie, this is for the neighbors that are affected by this, they're not taking this lightly.
Yeah, and how many people exactly are we talking about here who are impacted by this noise? I mean, just from you driving around, it looks like a pretty big area.
Yeah, it is a very big area. There's actually 3 different buildings that make up this data center area. We're just coming up on some more right here that they're actually working on. In the lawsuit, it actually claims that, of course, it was filed by the 3 residents that live in this area, but they say it alleges that the noise coming from these data centers is affecting more than 1,000 residential properties throughout the area. Yeah, that's a little about, I think they said 1.5 miles within the area of the data center. So they're casting a pretty wide net around this neighborhood, and they're saying that these noises are affecting a ton of people. And an interesting part, I also talked to Scott Duff earlier today, another resident that lives just down the block from Shannon.
Looks like we might have lost Ben's connection there, just kind of talking about the lawsuit that's just been filed, and very interestingly enough by 3 residents, he says, and then just kind of talking about the impact. Over thousands will be affected. You can catch Ben's full report. Oh, he's back. He's back. Ben, you're so back.
You can't get rid of me just yet. Sorry, this connection's a little spotty out here. But like I was saying, Scott Duff, he isn't that much affected by the noises. So it's interesting. You kind of get a mix of people that are having a really big problem with these noises, and a mix of other people that don't really mind it, or it's not really affecting the way they're enjoying their properties near the data center area. So kind of getting a mix of opinion on the two, but like I said before, that class action lawsuit is going through toward Microsoft.
Yeah, one more question before I let you go. Ben Handelman is standing by to take over for the second half, but I'm reading part of the lawsuit here saying the noise is not only excessive, but consistent and pervasive. You were kind of saying you haven't heard much. Have you been able to pick up any of that noise with your camera?
Not really. We've been out here probably since around 10:30 or something like that, and we were walking around neighborhoods. We were driving throughout the area, getting videos of the data center, and we have not been able to hear much. Shannon Hind, the woman I was talking to earlier that lives in the neighborhood, did clarify that it's not 24/7, but it's enough where she says that she is affected by it. So again, it can turn off and on. Shannon Hind did clarify that, but we didn't hear anything today.
Interesting to see how that's going to develop, and the amount of people affected is Definitely not small. So Ben, thanks so much for joining us here on the live desk. Ben Handelman standing by right now. I'm going to give you a live look right now at the Senate floor that just opened about an hour ago. We heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune just kind of talking about Lindsey Graham after he passed away over the weekend. I'm going to leave this up for now as Ben gets logged in and set up. He's going to take you to 3:30, and then you've got me again for the last half hour. Stay with us.
Hey everybody, it is Ben Handelman strapping in to the Wisconsin Live Desk. Whoa, did not mean to do that. Here, let me hit this button. Hold on. Okay. I hit the end button where we went to infinity, which is not what I was trying to do there. Hey, welcome to the Wisconsin Live Desk as, 2:34, we're getting underway here. Morning is happening right now in Washington, D.C. as Lindsey Graham, that's shocking news that the senator from South Carolina, who was just in Ukraine, passed away due to a heart issue rather suddenly over the weekend. So we've been hearing the Senate President, John Thune, just gave a speech talking about a lot of Democrats have come out. And you would think, oh man, in Washington, nobody's friends, they're all political enemies. You're realizing that's not necessarily the case, especially in the Senate, with a lot of Democrats heartbroken over this news as well. Just to give you a rundown, what we're working on here in the next half hour, Sarah Rodriguez, one of the candidates for governor, is going to have a press conference in less than 30 minutes here, as a very big surprise announcement came late last night that she has fired her campaign manager after she says a lot of the financial forms and some of the required documents that were handed in were screwed up. That's basically what the press conference says. And the person responsible, according to her, was the campaign manager. Press conference is happening out in Madison. This is the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. We're going to hear from her coming up at the top of the hour here. What's really interesting is there's been this slow coalescing around Sarah Rodriguez. The latest polls on the Democratic side have Francesca Hong, the state representative, leading the way, just over Mandela Barnes, the former lieutenant governor who ran for Senate and lost to Ron Johnson. That would be in second place. And then there's the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, in the polls that have been released, sitting in third place. And as a couple of the candidates have dropped out, which includes the county executive, David Crowley, and Missy Hughes, who used to lead the economic engine of the state of Wisconsin. They both endorsed Sarah Rodriguez. And behind the scenes, there is word that there's pressure being put on more of these candidates that are lower in the polls to drop out and endorse Sarah Rodriguez, and you wonder how that will shake up the race. We're about a month away now, as we've got an August primary. Yeah, we're just 1 month away from this big primary for the race for governor. And so these candidates are running out of time, and you do not want a scandal in the last 30 days because, honestly, according to the Marquette University poll, a lot of people have not been focusing on the race for governor until just about now. Now that July 4th is over and summer's about to be winding down. I'm not going to say that to kids because it's still middle of summer here. But people are going to start focusing in on this race. And obviously in the last month, you do not want some sort of scandal that appears that you don't know what you're doing or your staff doesn't know what they're doing and you're the leader. So Sarah Rodriguez is facing this head on. We do have a crew on the way out to Madison. We will hear from her coming up again at the top of the hour. I'm just looking at some of the feeds I've got going on here. We're going to hear from the weather department and not too much longer, in about 5 minutes, as it is hot and steamy. This is the story we're all talking about today. We are in the 90s, and my poor daughter, I dropped her off at not one but two camps. I dropped her off at tennis camp this morning, and then nature camp is what I dropped her off at this afternoon. So she's out in the woods, hopefully by a lot of shade, because we're at 93 degrees in Milwaukee. And I do have some bad news. It's going to be even hotter tomorrow. So I believe Stephanie Barrichello will be joining us. Is it Stephanie? Okay. Delaney, our producer, has just confirmed that that is the weather expert who will be joining me in about 5 minutes here. As, man, it's just so sticky out there. Here's the temperatures all across southeast Wisconsin. Juneau, somehow, you and Madison, I mean, this is rare. We like to say cooler by the lake out here in southeast Wisconsin because Lake Michigan, which is, I believe the temperature I heard is 69 degrees, the water temperature there. So usually if you're sitting right by Lake Michigan, cooler temperatures for our areas along the lake. Not the case today, as the wind is pushing away from us out over Lake Michigan, and all the concrete of Milwaukee is heating up the city, and so our urban areas are a lot hotter. Racine at 91, Kenosha 90. I mean, Burlington and Janesville are always hot, so they're at 90 degrees too. But once again, we may, Tom Walks had a really interesting post about this, hit triple digits tomorrow, but it all depends on the humidity. Ironically, higher humidity actually makes it harder to reach 100 degrees, but it'll be a lot harder to breathe and you'll sweat a lot more. So it's going to be nasty tomorrow. But today doesn't feel so great either unless you're by a pool, and then I'm jealous of you. I also have some new information that just came in from Whitefish Bay Police about an accident that happened this morning. This was between a bicycle, there's the bicycle, and a car. And this was right along the Oak Leaf Trail. So I don't know if you know this area. This is right on the edge of Whitefish Bay, Glendale. Esterbrook Park is right down the street. And this is the Oak Leaf Trail, kind of runs along Esterbrook Park here. And it's actually the first intersection, I believe, between this intersection and all the way down to the Milwaukee lakefront. And according to Milwaukee police, because this is technically this part of the road is just on the edge in the city of Milwaukee, they say a man was transported to the hospital but will be okay. And this is video that I actually took with my cell phone. So, but really interesting as I've been talking with people about the laws and the different things that, you know, with pedestrian laws, I've been getting to schooling today because I don't even think I fully understood who has to stop and who doesn't at the intersection. And here's what the law says. According to laws, both pedestrians and bikers do have the right of way. Like cars are supposed to stop for them. However, bikes, they can't be rolling through into the road and then assume that a car is going to stop for them. They must be stopped. And actually at this intersection, on both sides of the street, there are stop signs along the bike trail. I don't have video of those there, but look at that one biker there that looks like, yep, they're coming to a stop. So this guy's rolling on through. So bikers are supposed to stop, and you can't just roll into the road. But cars also are supposed to stop if they see there is a biker who stopped on the edge of the road there or a pedestrian. So good news is whoever was hit will be okay. I did talk to one witness, says they were really scratched up. And when I was on scene, they were actually, the person was inside the ambulance getting treated. And I thought there was actually a good sign that the ambulance didn't rush away immediately to the hospital. It tells me that the injuries were going to be minor. And I'm sure that person's not feeling that great right now. But the good news is they will be okay. So that's the latest. So many of you have reached out to me about the different laws, because it is kind of an interesting law when it comes to bikes and how they are treated compared to a pedestrian and a walker. And basically the rule is you just can't jut out into the street. You need to, if you're a biker, be stopped, or if you're a pedestrian, you need to be stopped and be seen. You can't just, and then jut off you can't race off the curb. But cars also need to do their part because they're the ones who are supposed to yield to the bikers and the pedestrians. And this is an intersection that has gotten a lot of interest lately. Actually, a supervisor, Ann O'Connor, who covers the Glendale area, and this is honestly a really interesting area because that intersection there covers both the village of Whitefish Bay, the city of Glendale, and the city of Milwaukee. The lines are really blurred right there because all those communities are, depending on what corner you're on, you could be in Glendale, you could be in the city of Milwaukee, or you could be in Whitefish Bay if you're a little further down on the north side of the street especially. So it was interesting when I was on scene, North Shore Fire and the Whitefish Bay Police Department were here. See, that's a North Shore Fire ambulance. But technically, that part of the road is the city of Milwaukee, and suddenly this became a Milwaukee Police Department case, because when we called up Whitefish Bay Police being like, hey, we see you're on the scene here, they were like, I know we're here, but it's not our case. Got to call Milwaukee. So that was the latest. So that's what's going on in Whitefish Bay. We got to talk about what's going on outside, because, whoo, it is steamy. It is hot out there, which, I mean, I hope you've got your water. I hope you've got all the good stuff. But I don't want to talk about what's going on in the heat department, because what do I know? Let's bring in a weather expert, shall we? Why don't we, wait, what did I just do? Okay, there it is. My box button, I think, changed down here. Or maybe it's been there the whole time. Stephanie Barrichello is joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Hey, Steph.
Hi, Ben.
Are you feeling hot and steamy even inside? I feel like in this room it's kind of hot and steamy right now.
Yeah, I mean, you can definitely tell in the building that the humidity is starting to creep back in. Air temperature is already in the 90s. Woo. So yeah, I mean, we are right back to where we were a couple weeks ago. It's not quite as humid, and it won't be going forward this week, but Air temperatures then will likely be a little higher. In fact, tomorrow we could be flirting with 100.
100!
Air temperature-wise.
100 degrees!
Right.
That is very rare for Wisconsin. That does not happen a lot around here that we hit 100, right?
Right. In fact, I think the last time we hit 100 might have been 2021.
Wow.
It's been a few years since we have, and normally it would just be kind of like an isolated day here or there. Tomorrow's temperatures, though, do look to be the highest. So right now I have a forecast of 98 degrees.
Wow.
We will likely feel like low 100s, but then even Wednesday, I mean, air temperatures will likely settle in the mid-90s, still could feel like 100. It's one of those trade-offs because when dew points are a little lower, and keep in mind, they're still going to be in the 60s. It's still going to be humid, but because they are going to be a little lower comparably to a couple weeks ago, that allows temperatures to climb even more. So again, even though it might not feel oppressively humid compared to a couple weeks ago, air temperatures themselves are still going to be very hot. So it's just going to be one of those weeks where it's sunny, it's hot, and it's still a bit humid, Ben.
I like your dress because isn't that the temperature on the map for like extreme heat? Like,
basically, yeah.
Like there's like the oranges, the reds, and when it's really hot, it's like the pink color on the map.
Right.
I can't wait to see what feels hotter, tomorrow or when we had the high humidity the week before. Like, I know my body, because I'm a complainer, is not going to like it either way. But I wonder, it is interesting that to hit 100 degrees, you need to have a lower dew point in Wisconsin.
Yeah, I think in the full sunshine, it is still going to feel hot, but I don't think we're going to be sweating as profusely as we did a couple weeks ago because of the fact that dew points will be a little bit lower.
Yeah.
But to your point, I do think it'll be interesting to compare, and I look forward to hearing everybody's thoughts. I will also say, too, Wednesday dew points could still be in the 70s, so we'll still get that little taste here and there, but again, not quite as bad as a couple weeks ago.
It is. I mean, this is a good conversation that I hope people have a takeaway from for the future, because when we talk about heat, we are always so focused on the temperature, but honestly, our bodies react more to the humidity levels than even the temperature, right?
Absolutely, and that's why we even have a feel-like temperature. Like in the winter, we have a feel-like temperature because the wind takes the heat away from our body. Opposite in the summertime, because the moisture is so high and those dew points are so high, our sweat cannot evaporate. So it just comes down to what our body is feeling and how it can actually react. So again, I know 90s are still going to be very hot, but thankfully I think our bodies may be able to function a little bit better compared to when dew points are in the middle and upper 70s. You still could suffer from heat exhaustion, and heat stroke is still something to take very seriously, but thankfully I think most of our dew points are going to settle in the upper 60s. Still very humid, absolutely. Whole lot better than upper 70s.
I'm just wondering what's on our camera right now. Do you see that in the lower right?
What are you looking at? Oh, I do see it.
I didn't see it at first, and then I'm like, what in the world has climbed on?
That would be a big bug.
Is that a bug?
I was thinking it was like the tail of a bug or something.
I think it's the tail of a bug that's so close to our lens.
Interesting.
That makes it look like a giant monster.
It looks like it's tearing through one of those buildings.
Is that like a wasp? Is that the body of it in the very, very lower corner of the screen?
Maybe.
What in the world is going on that camera?
Mayfly?
All right.
I don't know.
We'll have to check back in with that camera. I've just been moving through here because, it just looks hot out there. I dropped Amelia, my daughter, off to, she's at nature camp this week. I was just thinking of all the weeks to send her to nature camp. Thank goodness there's trees at nature camp, because hopefully they're in the shade.
And hopefully a bit of a breeze. There's not much out there right now, but I do think the wind will pick up a little bit in the coming days. But that's what shade's for. That's for what water is for. Both, of course, staying hydrated and then jumping in the water. Very beneficial, too.
And the lake is actually not too dangerous to jump in today, right? Because of the way, we don't have big waves out there.
Right.
And I was just looking at the lake temperature, I think is very close to 70 degrees. So it's that time of year where it's not too cold and it will feel actually refreshing if you just want to jump down to Lake Michigan and jump in.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time, late into July and August and September, when the lake water is finally a little bit warmer. And because we have the southwest wind, that is very helpful. It's when the breeze is off of the lake, which we will see a couple of times this week. So I wouldn't be surprised if maybe Wednesday, Thursday, we had a beach hazard statement. So that is something to keep in mind, even though we have some of the heat. To your point, there will be days where swimming is not advised in some of those beaches along Lake Michigan.
All right, and then quickly here, what are we looking for? When does the heat officially end, and what's coming in? Is it ever going to rain again? Because it hasn't rained at my house in forever.
Yes, there has been chalk on my driveway for quite some time.
Yeah, which means it's getting into your kitchen because the kids walk. Do you have that glitter chalk? Do your kids ever use that?
No.
Oh, that is
Thankfully
the absolute worst. And then Amelia literally uses it right in front of the door.
Oh,
and then you have glitter throughout your house, so never get the glitter chalk. So what's the deal? When's it going to rain again?
Maybe late in the week. We kind of have slight storm chances Friday, Saturday, Sunday. We'll have to watch when a cold front moves through. It could be late Saturday that we see that moving through, so that would probably provide the most beneficial rain. But at this point, they're just slight chances, and that's the rain portion of the forecast. I do think because we have a lake breeze returning by the weekend and some of these rain chances, that's when we'll see air temperatures back in the 80s. In fact, Sunday we could be right around 80 for a high temperature. So we've got all week. Friday's kind of that toss-up. It's a very similar pattern to a couple weeks ago, where Monday through Thursday look the warmest. Friday we could still hit 90, but it also, I wouldn't be surprised if it was in the 80s.
Okay.
And then over the weekend, 80s will return. But dew points, there's no major drop. We're still probably going to stay in the 60s here, middle and upper 60s, even through the weekend.
Means I will have to keep watering my plants.
Yes.
Last thing I want to ask you about, the word heat dome. I feel like every year the media chooses a new weather term to make it a thing. I was like, why do we call this now a heat dome? Like, it's not the first time this has ever happened.
Yeah.
But we have all these flashy headlines now, like heat dome hitting the Midwest, heat dome. Like, didn't we just used to call it a heat wave? Like, is there a difference?
I think it has to do with where it's set up. A lot of times when we have these heat domes, we're in somewhat of a blocking pattern, which is why it sticks around for so long and then traps a lot of the heat at the surface. So, I mean, heat wave certainly works. We know that when we have a heat dome, we have a heat wave. It all comes down to a high pressure system sitting in one area for a long period of time. So either is fine. This time of year, we know that if we have a long stretch of sunshine, we're likely going to have this long stretch of heat. But it's just kind of that blocking pattern that we're in right now that we also saw a couple weeks ago. It also certainly take into effect where the jet stream is lining up right now. We talk about that a lot when it comes to thunderstorms and where they develop. But I mean, it's kind of the same deal with where this high pressure is. It's keeping all of us in our little bubble. And until it breaks down late in the week, all of the storm chances are going to be on the ridge of that high pressure, meaning just outside of our little bubble. It is just very similar to a couple weeks ago, and it all has to do with the placement and what's keeping it in that place. And that's usually a low pressure system to the west, a low pressure system to the east, and we're just stuck there in the middle.
Stuck in a bubble.
Stuck in a bubble.
Story of my life. Stephanie Marachello joining us here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thanks, Steph. Appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I got to take a quick break here, but stay warm out. Stay warm. Stay cool out there. Don't stay warm. Go get a lemonade. See if a kid's selling that. We'll Ben Handelman from the Wisconsin Live Desk, as we are looking live in Madison, where supporters for the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez, they're gathering. We're expecting a press conference any minute now as reporters are gathering. Really interesting developments in this campaign. Again, the latest polls had Sarah Rodriguez kind of in third place in this race for governor behind Francesca Hong and Mandela Barnes. I mean, if you believe the polls, that's another whole different conversation we can have. But Sarah Rodriguez's campaign had a lot of momentum because two candidates have dropped out, Missy Hughes and the county executive from Milwaukee County, David Crowley, both quit the race, and then they endorsed Sarah Rodriguez. So out of all the candidates, she had momentum coming because of these people who were dropping out were picking her as the person that they thought their supporters should support. And then last night, news from the Rodriguez campaign, the campaign manager has been fired after it was discovered some of the important campaign reports that have to go to the state were incorrect. And we're hoping to get more information about what that means, if it was just a simple mistake or it was something more. But Sarah Rodriguez is calling it mismanagement, and then the person's been fired. So we're expecting to hear from this candidate. These are supporters who have all gathered here in Madison, members of her campaign. But just a pretty surprising development after someone who had momentum. We'll see if this halts it for the Rodriguez campaign or if it's just a blip as we are now in the final weeks of the race for governor. Jason Calvi, he is out at this event. We're expecting this to be a 3 o'clock press conference, so it is 2:58 right now. So that means we're just a couple of minutes away. That's a Hispanic leader from Milwaukee on the far right there who was just greeting all of the Mr. Marine. I forget his first name off the top of my head. It's escaping me right now. That's someone from Milwaukee. You're seeing nurses for Sarah. Sarah Rodriguez is a former nurse before she got into politics, is right now the lieutenant governor of Wisconsin. And we haven't had a Marquette University poll since May. That is kind of the gold standard in Wisconsin polling. There was a much smaller poll. I've never actually heard of the poll that came out last week. It had very different numbers than the May Marquette University poll, but the placement of the candidates was pretty much exactly the same, with Francesca Hong leading the way. That poll had her at 30%. Mandela Barnes was at 28%, so very closely behind. And then Sarah Rodriguez, according to that poll, had 19% of the vote. There's also two other candidates. Joel Brennan is running. Missy Hughes and David Crowley both dropped out. And Kelda Roys, that is the fifth and final candidate. That's a state senator from the Madison area. So Joel Brennan and her are lower in the polls. I'm a little worried about our signal here because sometimes you put us in a room and our cameras and our equipment need cell phone signals. That's how they work. And we're just seeing this kind of blip a little bit. So we'll try our best with the press conference. Note to all future candidates, if you're going to hold a press conference that you want everyone from around the state to show up to, check the cell phone service before you go inside a room. Because I know it's air conditioned, I know it's great, but sometimes it can be hard to get a signal out, and we're trying to, share your message with the people here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and sometimes that can be hard if we can't hear you. So just pod the audio up a little bit. Again, our signal not so great in this room here at the Rodriguez headquarters in Madison.
Right. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
This has been a really interesting race because, again, a lot of people have not paid attention to it. These races are tough. The August primaries for governor, it is tough to get people's attention. You have to somehow bother them in the middle of their summer as their kids are basically like, entertain me, and convince them that you have a message, and then you have to convince them to get out to the polls. On the Republican side, Tom Tiffany, the congressman from the Northwoods, is facing a challenger in Andy Mansky. That is a long shot bid. So there is something to vote for on the Republican side as well. And when David Crowley, just last week, ended his campaign, he said he was picking Sarah Rodriguez because he thought that she was the best candidate to beat Tom Tiffany. But according to this poll that came out last week, it was a Madison poll with about 400 respondents. So not a lot of respondents to the poll, but it did ask them and put candidates head to head against Tom Tiffany. And what that poll found was that pretty much the top three candidates all had pretty much the same shot of beating Tom Tiffany. They actually put all three of them slightly ahead of Tom Tiffany in the race for governor if they were to face head-to-head. But in August, we will hear from the voters, and they will decide who will move on to the November general election, which is a much easier time to get your message out as people are more tuned in to elections when a lot of senators, your state representatives, they will all be on the ballot. Not so the case in August, where this will be the biggest race on the ballot. But again, it's an August primary, so you're competing not only against the candidates, but against people's lives. It's a busy, tough time to get people to sit down in front of a radio or a TV to watch those commercials. Social media has really changed the game too in campaigning, where a lot of the candidates are spending their money. But again, it's a different beast. So Sarah Rodriguez, about 3 minutes late here to her own press conference. We're expecting her to talk about this big announcement that she has fired her campaign manager after some reports did not appear to be correct. And there are big implications if you turn in reports that are not correct. If you are messing with state law, this is baked into the state law. There are penalties and consequences for that. And so Sarah Rodriguez is going to have to address this here in a moment to her supporters out there in Madison. But this probably, I'm going to say this, I believe this is the most important moment in her campaign. Because again, she had this momentum going with the last two candidates who dropped out both endorsed her. And here we go, she's walking into the room. There's the Lieutenant Governor. Let's listen into this press conference live during Wisconsin.
So thank you so much for coming. Good afternoon. I am here to share some important news with you. Part of being a leader is taking swift action and doing the right thing, and to be honest as possible when there's a problem. Effective yesterday, I fired my campaign manager after discovering serious mismanagement and inaccuracies in campaign finance filings she prepared. An initial review found that she filed inaccurate and incomplete campaign finance reports, and we are in contact with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission to ensure the inaccuracies are corrected. Let me be clear. I am hurt, angry, and deeply disappointed by someone I trusted to run my campaign. This was not just a breach of my trust, but the trust of our volunteers, our supporters, and the voters who deserve better. But I'm not waiting around here. If I were trying to hide something, I wouldn't be here today telling you about it. I am committed to full transparency about what happened, and I will continue working every day to ensure our positive messages reach voters all across Wisconsin so we can beat Tom Tiffany this fall. So let me give you as many details as possible of what has occurred. My announced ads were supposed to start on TV last Tuesday. When I saw that this did not happen, I started to get concerned and ask questions. By Wednesday, I also received a call from my media team to flag that the media invoice had not been paid. I was given excuses from my campaign manager that did not make sense. By Thursday afternoon, I saw that the total cash was far lower than I had expected. I will generally say that there were hundreds of thousands of dollars less than I thought. I am not going to put a precise dollar amount on that today because we are still reconciling our books, and I want the next number out of my mouth to be 100% accurate. By Friday, I had assembled a small team of political, communications, legal, and compliance experts to do a deeper analysis of what was going on with these accounts and reports. That initial analysis took all day Saturday as the compliance expert began to reconcile the bank accounts, NGP, which is our financial system, and the public reports that my manager had filed. We still do not know everything yet, and the analysis is ongoing, but we did learn a few key things. There was clearly a double counting of contributions that inflated how much money we had raised. There was also a significant failure to report certain expenses that had been paid. We are still looking to see if there's any additional discrepancies beyond that. But those learnings were enough to know that my manager needed to be fired, and she was fired on Sunday. First thing this morning, my campaign lawyer contacted the Wisconsin Ethics Commission to report what he discovered and to make a plan to correct the mistakes and file amended reports. I now stand here today in front of you being as transparent, honest, and accountable as possible. So moving forward, these are the steps we are taking. We will cooperate fully with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission on any information they need. My campaign will be working closely with an accountant and compliance firm to rectify our reports as quickly as we can. And we will take any necessary follow-up steps based on the guidance of the Wisconsin Ethics Commission. Let me close with this. This race is moving forward because the stakes are too high. My mom was a teaching assistant. My dad worked for the telephone company. I grew up watching two people work hard, do everything right, and still worry about money. Still make those trade-offs. Still carry the weight that working families carry every single day in this country. And that's what's still happening right now. Families getting crushed by healthcare costs, not because they're irresponsible, but because the system is broken and nobody in power seems to feel the urgency to fix it. So I am not here because this is easy. I am here because I know what's at stake, and I know who gets hurt when people like me decide it's not worth the fight. I intend to put my heart and soul into this race over the next month and until November, every single day of it. There are people who get knocked down and don't get back up. I'm not one of them. With that, I am ready for your questions.
So why was your campaign manager filling out campaign finance reports?
So my campaign manager has been with me for several years. Her entire career has been in compliance. As we are trying to make sure we have a lean campaign, it made sense for her to do the compliance report since that was her expertise. And that was one thing I had full trust in for her because she had done it for so many years, and clearly that trust was misplaced.
These contributions date back to January. Why is it just now that you're becoming aware of this issue?
So I had been given reports on a regular basis about what type of finances we had in this campaign. And based on everything I know with my fundraising, as well as what I was told by my campaign manager, and knowing what expenses were on this campaign, we were moving forward. Everything looked right. Unfortunately, just this last Tuesday, when I noticed the ads were not up, is when I decided to take a deeper dive into those finances. And once I did, and once I uncovered those errors, I took immediate action, pulled in an accountant right away, made sure that we were working with compliance experts, and eventually, yes, firing my campaign manager because she was the one who submitted these reports. That's why.
Is this campaign manager been with you
Do you regret not having more
years?
oversight on this? Do you regret not having more oversight?
If your
on
campaign manager has been with you for several years, are you worried at all about previous reports, previous campaigns that she's run for you?
So we're going to look at every report that she has ever submitted. But right now we are focused on making sure these reports are accurate for the governor's campaign, and that's what I'm committed to. We are not going to submit another inaccurate report.
Do you regret not? Do you regret competency, or is it something you believe she did to falsely inflate your numbers to make you look more competitive against your opponents?
We are working with compliance, the Wisconsin Ethics Commission, and an accountant to uncover all of these facts. Right now, this is what I know. There were double counting of donations, and there were expenses that were not put into that finance report. That's what I know today. We're going to continue to work to be as transparent as possible and to make sure that this next campaign report is accurate.
Do you regret not having more? Do you regret not having more?
How is this not disqualified?
I'm going to ask this question. Do you regret not having more oversight over your own campaign, and does the buck not stop with you? And secondly, do you apologize to David Crowley? He got out of the race based on your perception of strength, which was a false number.
So what I will say is this, is that I met regularly with my campaign manager about how the campaign was going. And based on the information that I received and the information that our partners received, it looked accurate. I trusted her to do the job that I had hired her to do, that she had done for her entire career. And I regret placing my trust in that individual.
What does that say about you as a leader?
It says that when I find something, I take immediate action. When I found that there were discrepancies and inaccuracies in that report, I immediately took action to bring people in. This was literally from Thursday when I found out permanently, like when I found out what was going on within the accounts. It is Monday today.
It took 6 months, though, to get to this point.
Because I was continually getting inaccurate reports from my campaign finance person, from my campaign manager.
What was her response, though? She's been with you for a long time. You guys have a working relationship. What was her response when you brought these to her?
So that's what we're trying to uncover. We are going through line by line on these accounts to make sure that they are accurate for the next finance report. That is my commitment to this campaign. It is my commitment to my supporters. And that's what I'm going to do moving forward. We've called our supporters all across the state. We are talking about the positive message that this campaign is going to bring, because we know what's important for Wisconsinites. We know that they want us to lower costs on health care, to lower costs on housing, to lower costs on childcare. That is what I am committed to doing. And what I think it shows is that there are not many political leaders who would stand here today in front of 12 cameras to be as transparent and honest as I am being. Because I think that we owe that to the people of Wisconsin as elected leaders, and I think I owe that to my supporters when I found this error.
How did the campaign manager react?
Voters trust you keep tax the state budget. Your campaign costs $1 million. The budget is billions of dollars. How can they trust you know what's happening in your campaign?
So I, as Lieutenant Governor, I have gone through the budget process consistently with the Evers-Rodriguez administration. And that is what I'm going to continue to do as governor of the state. But once again, if I find something that is wrong within the budget or the budgeting process within the state of Wisconsin, you can count on me as governor to be fully transparent about it. That is why I'm standing here today in front of you.
What do you want to say to David Crowley, who got out of the race based on a perception of your strength, based on numbers that were not true?
So I have spoken to supporters all across the state, and they are continuing to be with me. I am grateful for that. I am grateful for their support, and I know that we are going to win this August, and then we are going to win in November against Tom Tiffany.
Are you going up on TV at all?
Yes, we will be going up on TV.
When and how much?
It's going to be next week.
How much money does your campaign have right now?
So right now, to be fully transparent, we have about a little over $200,000 cash on hand in the bank. And over the time that we have been raising, we've raised almost $1 million. That is an accurate assessment. I'm not going to give you the exact number because, again, I want it to be accurate, but that is what we have right now.
Have any donors asked for money back?
No.
Does this
you
put you
brought
at a
these,
disadvantage coming into the finance reports and moving forward as your campaigns seem to be picking up some momentum, picking up endorsers?
You know, I think we still have that momentum. I think we're still moving forward. This is a bump in the road for the campaign, but we are going to be as honest and transparent as we can be. That is why I am standing here in front of all of you, in front of all of these cameras, in front of all of these microphones, and telling you when I see something that is an error, I make sure that it gets fixed. And I am taking full accountability for what's happening before and moving forward.
You said there was
your
you
campaign
said there was
manager's
a
reaction when you, what was your campaign manager's reaction when you brought up these allegations to her?
So we went through line by line and showed what was wrong within the reporting that she had completed. And we're going to continue to work with our compliance expert, with our accounting individuals, with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission, and we're going to follow their process to see what the next steps moving forward need to be.
But did she,
there hasn't been a one-on-one
react?
conversation with her, between you and her? There hasn't been a one-on-one conversation about this?
I have spoken to my campaign manager. I have made sure that she has gotten all the information that she needs. We addressed her termination notice through our lawyer to make sure that everything was above board and that this campaign is going to move forward. And we are going to win this August, and then we're going to win in November.
Had anyone previously raised any guys?
Do you think she intentionally deceived you or made mistakes?
I cannot tell you what was in her mind about why she did what she did. I will tell you that when you work with somebody for as long as I have, it was an enormous shock that this happened. And it took me a little while to believe that these reports were erroneous. But once I was able to look within the system, to look within the bank accounts, to look at the reports that were filed, it was clear that these were egregiously in error and that she needed to be let go. But it is a breach of trust, and it's a breach of trust of myself, and it's a breach of trust of my supporters who are standing here with me today. And that's why I had to make sure that I went as quickly as possible to terminate her as campaign manager.
Did anyone say to Wisconsinites who are hearing this news today, and maybe you're now questioning your ability to lead due to these discrepancies as well as balance of a budget?
So politicians don't normally stand in front of all of these cameras and be as honest and transparent as I have been with what I know was an error in those financial transactions and those financial reports. That's what I would tell Wisconsinites. You want a leader who's going to be transparent and who's going to take accountability when things go wrong. And that is what I am here today standing in front of you doing, is taking that accountability.
Did anyone ever raise questions or concerns about your finances before you stumbled across this with the ad buy in recent weeks? Was there ever a concern raised in the past 6 months?
No, I have not. Nobody else has raised a concern within the past 6 months.
Do you believe she took any of this money, or did this money actually never exist?
We are continuing to review what is going on within those funds. It's going to take some time to be able to go through with accountants, to be able to go through with compliance experts, and working with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission to uncover if there are any other discrepancies within those finance reports. We're going to continue to do that, but it's going to take some time.
So as of right now, the $1 million,
you and then him.
So as of right now, the $1 million ad buy, does that exist? Is that happening, or?
So I understand that there was a press release indicating that we were going to do a $1 million ad buy. That decision was made by my campaign manager. And I cannot get inside her head as to why she made that announcement. But I know that we're moving forward with this campaign and that we are going to make sure that we are bringing that positive message all across Wisconsin, and we're going to get this done.
Does the buck stop with you?
I want to get your reaction.
Sarah, does the buck stop with you?
If the buck stops with you, I want to get your reaction to your competitor, Joe Brennan, who asks, how is this not disqualifying? What do you say to that?
I would say that most people are not going to stand in front of this many cameras and microphones to talk about fixing an error.
That's right.
That's what I am here doing. And that's what you want to see in leadership and what you want to see in your next governor. And that's what I'm going to be.
What do you sign off on from your campaign, though? You said you didn't know about the press release. You didn't know about this.
Oh, no, I know about the press release that was going through, but it was her decision based on the information that she had given me that she was going to put out a press release for $1 million ad buy. I am unsure why she would have done that, given what she knew to be part of what the accounts were like.
All right, when does the buck
Yep.
stop
All right,
with
thanks,
you?
guys.
Thank you.
I like that forward.
Well, that is what you call a tough press conference. Sarah Rodriguez firing her campaign manager after it's discovered there is hundreds of thousands of dollars less in the bank account than she thought. I got to take a quick break. We're going to break this all down on the other end. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
Well, this is a campaign-defining moment for the Lieutenant Governor, Sarah Rodriguez. Here is who's left in the race for governor. 5 candidates remain. The 2 who've dropped out both endorse Sarah Rodriguez, but I'm going to guess that was under the assumption that her campaign had over $1 million on hand, because it was just announced last week that her campaign was going to make a $1 million TV ad buy. And then something happened, according to Sarah Rodriguez. She says the ads never went up. And she started to question, what is going on here? Why haven't the ads run? And it turns out there's hundreds of thousands of dollars less money in her campaign funds than she first thought. She says she knows that her campaign has raised more than $1 million, but they only have about $200,000 on hand. We are 29 days away from the primary, and one of these 5 people will run against the Republican winner for the race for governor. So Sarah Rodriguez now having to explain to the voters what is happening with all the money. The campaign manager, we've learned, has been fired. There was, according to Sarah Rodriguez, double reporting. So, every time you make a campaign contribution, it has to get reported to the state. And according to Sarah Rodriguez, she says there was double reporting happening, meaning if I gave $50, it was actually getting reported as $100. And they've got people going through right now to try and figure out exactly how much money's in the bank, because I'm not 100% positive they know that for sure. She did say it was over $200,000, but they're still looking at every donation and every invoice. And then you have to correctly announce that decision to the state of Wisconsin, because other campaigns are looking at this and other donors are looking at this to see who may be the strongest, most viable candidate to support. So you cannot lie on those forms or file inaccurate forms. There are consequences to this. There is reaction coming in from one of the candidates. Joel Brennan is running, and we'll get to his response real quick. .320 in on the live desk. I'm Ben Handelman. Maddie Stuck's going to come in here in about 2 minutes, and she will take you up until the top of the hour here from our FOX6 studios. Shocking press conference from Sarah Rodriguez. Really a shocking 24 hours in her campaign. One that had a lot of momentum because the last two candidates to drop out both endorsed Sarah Rodriguez. But she says she's fired her campaign manager after it's been revealed her campaign has hundreds of thousands of dollars less than she thought. And last week, her campaign announced they'd be making $1 million ad buy. Well, that's a problem because there's not $1 million in their bank account. She says they believe they only have over $200,000, and there's just 29 days before this election. We're seeing this is opportunity for other candidates to pounce. Joel Brennan, who's been polling pretty low amongst these five, putting out 5 critical questions that Sarah Rodriguez needs to answer, one of them being that during the January report, it was filed hours after the deadline, amended twice, and already showed duplicate donor listings. Did anyone flag these problems back then? And if so, why did it take 6 months to act? Sarah Rodriguez says she was shown the reports, but thought they were all accurate. She didn't realize they were inaccurate. That was her response. She was not responding directly to Joel Brennan's questions. He put this out in a press release, but responding to questions from the media. R.J. Sincalvi asked his 5th and final question, how is this not disqualifying? And Sarah Rodriguez says, this was a sign that I'm showing you how transparent I am. I'm in front of all these cameras here. Which other candidates will do that? The big question is, how will voters react to this? Will voters care about financial forms being filled out by campaign managers, or is that a little inside baseball for some of the people who are actually going to vote in this election? Well, we will wait and see, but very tough day for the Sarah Rodriguez campaign as, again, this big announcement came late last night and then a really fascinating press conference that we're going to put right here on Fox Local. All right, Maddie's coming down here. She's going to take over the studio from me. I got to get ready for Fox 6 News at 4 in the big studio. In the meantime, you're looking live at the Senate floor. Chuck Schumer, he's on the attack. There has been some talk about Lindsey Graham, too, and some breaking news about who's going to take that seat. Maddie will get you all caught up to date on that as we continue to listen to this here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. Thanks for joining us.
Donald Trump is saying the quiet part out loud. He has no issue with shutting down the federal government to force through his radical agenda. If Republicans want to clean up their mess, it will require working with Democrats, not seeing us as partisan foes, but as fellow Americans. Instead, what are Republicans doing? They're advancing a lopsided partisan spending bill that would supersize the budget for Trump's disastrous war with Iran without providing cost relief to working families or reining in Donald Trump's corruption. That's unacceptable. Let's put Republican accusations to rest. Democrats want to fund the government and avoid a shutdown and pass strong bipartisan appropriations bills that improve people's lives. Democrats believe our budget ought to help families make ends meet. Democrats want a budget that invests in bringing down American costs, not one that burns taxpayer dollars on Donald Trump's reckless war. Republicans have plenty of time to drop their my way or the highway partisan game. Most Republicans know how ridiculous the SAVE Act is, how unconstitutional it probably is. But Trump is still insisting on it because he thinks it's the only way he can win an election, and by fixing it, by eliminating tens of millions of people from the voter rolls. And so, he says, unless I get my way, a little temper tantrum here, Donald, I'm going to shut down the government and get something that the American people can see through in a minute, as they can see through the very unpopular SAVE Act. If Republicans follow Trump over the cliff and insist that the government shut down, if they don't get their way, it will be Donald Trump's disaster. On the Blanche nomination, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche has spent this confirmation fight doing what he's always done for his client, his number one client, Donald Trump, denying the obvious, defending the indefensible, lying under oath. As Attorney General, your number one client should be the United States of America. But here, Blanche, his number one client, will be Donald Trump, who has no regard for our Constitution, for our values, for the rule of law, for honesty. Blanche's resume reads like a rap sheet. In his time at the Department of Justice, Blanche has helped the administration defy dozens of court orders blocking their illegal policies. Blanche continues to withhold 3 million pages of the Epstein files and lied under oath to Congress about meeting the Epstein survivors, something they deny. Blanche was the mastermind behind, the champion of, one of the most despicable acts of corruption ever in the American government, the $2 billion MAGA slush fund to give taxpayer-funded cash payouts to Trump, MAGA billionaires, January 6th insurrectionists. Can you imagine having this guy as Attorney General when he came up with this slush fund and propounded it? One of the most corrupt acts anyone has proposed, any Attorney General, and they want to put him in? Oh, my God. Yeah, I'm pleased the federal government rebuked that blatantly corrupt slush fund and sweetheart immunity deal for Trump and his family. But we haven't seen the last of this administration's corruption. Blanche has devoted his career to serving Donald Trump and particularly his corrupt purposes. Blanche has gone after Trump's enemies.
Right now we're
covered
listening
up
live at the
Trump's-
Senate floor in D.C., where Chuck Schumer is speaking right now. Earlier we heard from Senate Majority Leader John Thune talking about the late Lindsey Graham, who was the senator of South Carolina, who suddenly passed away over the weekend. We heard from officials that he was pronounced dead Saturday night around 11 o'clock, and then the autopsy report revealed Sunday that he died of a heart condition, or disease rather. We spoke with the doctor earlier, kind of breaking that down and talking just about how sudden this is and how sudden it can come on, and the difference between that and a heart attack. You can catch that full interview on FOX6Now.com. We're going to switch gears here. Oh, and we did also hear, this was the big reason why I brought this down, to tell you about some pretty breaking news that we just learned. We heard from the South Carolina Governor Henry McMaster announcing who will be taking his place to fill out the rest of his Senate term, and the governor choosing Lindsey Graham's sister, Darlene Graham Norden, to be named as her late brother's temporary replacement in the U.S. Senate after his unexpected death, of course. So she'll be the first woman to represent the state of South Carolina in the U.S. Senate. She said partly, "It is such an honor. Lindsey has always been there for me, and now I will be there for him." But again, Senator Lindsey Graham, he died at 71 on Saturday from a heart condition, but she will now take over in the interim ahead of the special election that will be taking place next month to fulfill his position. We're going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk and take one last look at your forecast when we come back. Stay with us.
This is the Wisconsin Live Desk.
3:40 on your Monday afternoon. Let's give you a live look outside right now. Oh my gosh, that number just keeps climbing. 94 degrees right now as we take a look at our tower cam from our station. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. Tom, I've been very intently, oh, that's not Tom. I'm going to bring in Tom now. Tom, I've been very intently looking for a lyric in a Taylor Swift song that brings up Jetstream. Kind of talk a little bit about the heat we're seeing now and how that jet stream could play a role later in the week.
Yeah, Maddie, here we are. We're at 94 degrees, one of the warmest days of the year so far. But it's pretty interesting because our dew points are in the low to mid 60s, which, yes, it's still humid, but we're not seeing dew points in the 70s. That's actually allowing the air temperature to go up a bit more. So think about that for a minute. If you've ever been to Florida, it's super humid, right? But you usually don't see these temperatures in the 110 degree range, right? It's usually 95 to 100. Where you go to Arizona, where it's dry, and all of a sudden you get to high temperatures of 110. That's because the drier air can heat up more efficiently. So with dew points in the low 60s, we're at 94. We are expecting highs around 98 tomorrow, which we could be getting close to the century mark with dew points in the low 60s. But I'm glad you mentioned this because, Maddie, let's talk about the dew point. And what I want to do is I'm going to bring this up here for you, and I want to show you, I'm going to kind of do a little inside baseball with you here. Hopefully you can see my screen popping up, as I want to show you one of our computer models with the jet stream. So this is the American computer model as we know it. And what you're looking at here, you can see Wisconsin. You might have to look kind of closely here, but by my cursor, there's Wisconsin. These are the jet stream winds. And I'm going to go through time here. And what do you notice? This is now tomorrow. Notice those jet stream winds are up to the north of us, right? That's because we have this heat dome or ridge of high pressure in place. That's why we're so hot right now. Now let's go through time. Aha, look at Wednesday. We're still in it. We're still in the heat dome, but look at how those strong winds are now up to our northeast, right? So now we go into Thursday. Oh, kind of creeping down a little bit more. Now, let me explain why the jet stream is so significant. Yes, it brings us the heat dome. The jet stream separates warm air to the south from colder air to the north. And it also controls the storm tracks across the country. So now watch what happens as we go towards Friday. Now you're seeing the jet stream kind of coming in over us a little bit more, right? Now we go into the weekend. Aha, here it comes. Now we're going to cool down a little bit late in the week into the weekend as a result of this jet stream dip coming in. But then watch if this verifies as we go into next week. This is now next week, Tuesday, July the 22nd. We start to cool things down with the jet stream over us. But if we see more of this zonal flow pattern set up, watch this. I'm going to go way late in the month. So this is now July 28th. West to east flow is what we call zonal flow in meteorology. That would bring a lot more storm systems back in here and no major heat coming in. So I know this is a little different than you're used to seeing, right, on a typical weathercast, but I think it's important to sort of peel back the layers a little bit in meteorology. So as I'm forecasting today, I am looking particularly at that jet stream level because it's really going to dictate how long this heat dome is going to last. And I'll tell you, fresh off the press here, I've got my forecast sheet.
Breaking.
Fresh off the press, Maddie. 98 tomorrow, 98 on Wednesday, 91 on Thursday with a lake temperature of 87 closer to the lake, and then 80s Friday through the weekend. And that really correlates with that jet stream, right? So kind of interesting when you peel the layers back, that's how we're looking at the forecast to see how long the heat's going to last.
It's very interesting. I was talking with a meteorologist, Lisa Michaels, a little bit earlier, and she was talking about that cool down. And of course, right away, I'm like, oh, how cold are we going to get? And she was like, I don't want to say yet. It's a little too early. Can you talk about why it might be a little too early to be predicting those temperatures that far out?
Sure. And you're talking about next week, right?
Yes.
Yes. So right now, I would say 70s at this point, especially near the lake, maybe even cooler than that towards next Wednesday. It's a little tough for two reasons. Number one, the farther out you go, the less accurate the data is, right? So that's why we always say on day 6 of our 6-day forecast, kind of take that with a grain of salt because things will change, especially around here if the wind shifts off the lake. So that's something that, we need to watch for, especially that lake influence and so on. But right now, I would say 70s for at least a day or two midweek next week, maybe even a bit cooler, closer to the lake, depending on the wind. That's unusual for late July. That's very cool for late July. I don't think it's going to be a long-term thing, but I do think we'll have 2 or 3 days of below average temperatures, again, coming off of what will likely be the hottest days of summer here so far by possibly today. I mean, if we get into the mid-90s here, another degree or two, I think today will be the hottest day of the summer so far, and certainly tomorrow and Wednesday. So it's interesting, Maddie, because we go from this big heat wave, which again is going to last through Wednesday. There's a heat advisory that runs noon tomorrow through 8 p.m. on Wednesday. Then, we're going to cool down a little bit later in the week. It's still going to be warm, just not the 90s that we've been seeing. Then we flip the script next week, right? And we go cooler for a couple of days before undoubtedly we'll start to warm up again.
Is this jet stream enough? Because I know hot and cool, that can tend to cause stuff in the atmosphere to maybe cause storms. Is it enough for that?
Very good. Maddie, I'm so impressed with you. This is great.
Well, I listen
for the
to
day
Chief
for you.
Meteorologist
Yes.
Tom Walks all the time, so I get some good
Well,
knowledge.
thank you. This is great. This is a great question. Yes. So thunderstorm chances don't look to be huge at this point. However, slight chances for thunderstorms will come back starting on Friday and into the weekend. Now, I think if the jet stream, especially later in the month, we get what I call that zonal flow pattern, that would bring some more meaty storm systems through effectively and increase those thunderstorm chances. So the answer overall is yes, they will be going up, but I think in the short term, more spotty variety. I don't think we have any massive storms heading our way. But again, as you mentioned, with all this heat and then temperature gradients or temperature changes, that can lead to thunderstorms. And I do think some of those will be back later on this week.
Wow, interesting. But one step at a time. But we've got some
Right.
of the hottest days we're going to see. You said in the next, like today and maybe tomorrow?
Tomorrow
too?
and Wednesday.
Oh, gosh. Okay.
I
I'll
know.
prepare
Stay
for
cool
it.
for sure.
My hair's not ready either. Tom,
Right.
thanks so much for joining us here. Tom will have full forecast reports tonight on our early and evening newscast. And I did find the Taylor Swift song. It's Peter. And I was going to share it with Tom, but it's not a very scientific reference. It's a little more metaphorical. She says, sometimes it gets me when crossing your jet stream. We both did the best we could do underneath the same moon in different galaxies. I could read that in a sing-songy tone, but I'm not gonna, because it wouldn't be pretty. So some interesting knowledge there about jet streams. The more you know. I literally hopped on with Tom in the break, and I was like, I don't think I even know what a jet stream is. I just know it's a Taylor Swift lyric. But a great breakdown there, and maybe some relief on the way for those of you who aren't big fans of the heat. I'm going to take a quick break here on the Wisconsin Live Desk. We've got about 12 minutes left together. I'm going to wrap things up before we toss it over to Fox 6 News at 4. So stay with us. We'll give you a good recap of everything you might have missed today if you are just joining us, or a little refresh as you head on about your day.
Wisconsin Live Desk.
Approaching the bottom of the 3 o'clock hour here on the Wisconsin Live Desk, and we were just talking jet streams with Chief Meteorologist Tom Walks. I was referencing a Taylor Swift lyric, and lo and behold, I just came across it on my phone, aka I did a really deep dive research to give you it right here in no more than 7 seconds, or else copyright.
And sometimes it gets me when crossing your jet stream. We both did the best we could do underneath the same moon.
Very poetic there. Not really related to the scientific reasons behind jet streams, which Tom was talking about, could contribute to a cool down that we could see later in the week and potentially some storms. Let's give you a live look outside, though. As I was telling Tom, one day at a time. And right now, we're seeing some heat. I mean, 94 degrees. Tom saying that's one of the hottest days that we've had so far this summer. And then heading into tomorrow and Wednesday, we could be seeing the hottest days of the summer so far. So definitely stay hydrated. I'm going to do this with you right now. Let's see if I can. There we go. Do I even have my water? Cheers. A reminder to drink water. It's very important. It's very, very hot outside right now. Delaney, do you have your water?
I do.
Cheers. Drink.
Cheers.
Cheers. Producer Matt Kiesling in the back there. Fox 6 News at 4 coming up in just a few minutes now. Can Matt hear me? He's talking to one of our managers, which is definitely more important than having him pitch a story. But we are going to hear reports from people, including our Jason Calvi, who was just at a press conference in Madison for Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez. She just fired her campaign manager. We got a release in our inbox over the weekend talking about this, saying in part, the Sarah Rodriguez for Wisconsin campaign has terminated its campaign manager effective today after discovering serious mismanagement and inaccuracies in campaign finance filings she prepared. Statement goes on later to say an initial review found that the manager filed inaccurate and incomplete campaign finance reports. The campaign will be in contact with the Wisconsin Ethics Commission first thing Monday morning to ensure the inaccuracies are corrected. Now, this comes as the pool for who's still in the race just keeps dwindling down. We know that David Crowley, suspended his race just last week. So we're following that, as well as 5 people left. Mandela Barnes, Joel Brennan, Francesca Hong, Sarah Rodriguez, and Kelda Royce are here. Delaney's maybe going to say something in my ear. Oh, just that there's 6 minutes left. I see. So we are following this as well as the campaign dwindles down. Joel Brennan actually posting a whole thread on X. I'm going to see if I can read some of that to you in part, asking Sarah Rodriguez to answer a series of questions, and then also asking the question, how is this not disqualifying after the news? But Rodriguez responded by saying that there's not many people who would get up here right now and talk in front of a mic after this situation. And she was joined by several other supporters behind her as she was speaking to the media, including our Jason Calvi. He will have a full report coming up there. Some other breaking news that was just into our inbox within the last hour. We now know the identities of the 2 women killed in a crash near Teutonia and Vienna. So this happened over the weekend. We know the victims, they're right there on your screen, May Daber and Amy Austin. We were told they're both friends who were hit while leaving a bar together by 2 cars that were racing. I'm going to see if I can get this information for you as we continue talking about this here. But the police tonight are still searching for the driver. So again, we just got the identities. This just happened actually last night, Sunday night. We're told that the 2 people struck died of their injuries and they were pronounced dead on the scene. Police are looking for the driver of an SUV. They're searching for the driver and request any information from the public related to the incident. So still a very, very active investigation, but we do know that the 2 women have been identified in this tragedy. Trying to see some other news that we can bring to you here. This is a look right now at the Senate floor, which had just opened a few hours ago following the passing of South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham, a U.S. Senator rather, representing South Carolina, who suddenly passed away over the weekend. He was pronounced dead at the hospital on Saturday following a heart condition that he had. We talked a little bit with a doctor earlier from UW Health, just kind of discussing how this is very sudden condition that can just come on all of a sudden. We do know, President Trump recommended who should be appointed in the interim in his place, and recommended his sister Darlene, which the governor, Henry McMaster, did carry out. He held a press conference just a little under an hour ago, saying that she would be chosen to fulfill the remainder of Graham's term. So just a little bit about her. So her name's Darlene Graham Norden. She has been by his side, supporting him in speeches, appearances, and even campaign ads. She's a frequent attendee at his political events. She's also woven deeply in her brother's personal and political biography. After both of their parents died in just over a year, Graham became the legal guardian of Darlene, his sister. So that 22 years old, Lindsey Graham became the legal guardian of his 13-year-old sister, Darlene. So she hopes to carry on his legacy, saying that she hopes to do him right and honor him well. Of course, there will be a special election moving forward in just about a month now for the more permanent replacement here. But yeah, very busy day on the Wisconsin Live Desk, a lot to recap, and Fox 6 News at 4 is going to do the trick and get you even further into that here. We'll have reports from Jason Calvi on Sarah Rodriguez and her statements during her press conference today, as well as other reports from Barbara Jones as well, talking about the Lincoln Avenue School building, all coming up on Fox 6 News at 4 with Ben and Kim. Thanks for joining me here on the Live Desk. Remember, extended always until 4 o'clock. Keep it right here. Fox 6 News at 4 is next on Fox Local.
Stories that matter to you. This is Fox 6 News at 4.
Changing the building, it causes a different level of stress.
Now at 4, we got an update from MPS as they deal with moving students and staff after that Lincoln Avenue school fire. Plus,
A big shakeup for one Democrat running for governor. A live report from Madison as one candidate fires their campaign manager.
But first, we got to talk about the thing everybody's talking about today. How hot it is out there. It is steamy. The temperatures are in the 90s. And guess what? It's going to stay for a while.
What are you complaining about? Your hair is great.
I always complain about things.
That's valid.
Yeah, it's us. The women struggling, generally.
You guys always have it tougher
Yeah, we do.
in everything in life.
I do. Thank you, Ben.
I've been
campaigning for Husband of the Year.
I've been trained well.
Yes, exactly.
Colleague of the year. But yes, I've already had to redo my hair twice today because of some of the humidity. Although, guys, the humidity is actually not as high as what we have seen in the past, even just a couple weeks ago. But because of that, our air temperatures are higher. Officially the hottest day of the year, 95 degrees right now in Milwaukee with a west wind of about 5 to 15 miles per hour. We've got plentiful sunshine, almost a little hazy too. If you notice, we're starting to see some wildfire smoke creep its way back into southern Wisconsin. We kind of got little hints of that over the weekend. 91 in Waukesha, 93 in West Bend, upper 80s in Juneau, but most spots are in the 90s. And our dew point in Milwaukee is 62 degrees, which is still noticeable, but that's much lower than what we've seen, which again is what's allowing temperatures to climb quite a bit. Where temperatures are a little bit lower, that's where the humidity is a little bit higher. So you kind of see what's happening here. Now, temperatures the remainder of this evening still going to be in the 90s for a few more hours, and then we'll start to fall through the 80s. Lows tonight, low to mid 70s. It's going to be a warm one. And now we have a heat advisory for all of southeast Wisconsin. It kicks off at noon tomorrow and continues until 8 p.m. on Wednesday. So it is going to be a little hotter tomorrow, both air temperature wise and then slightly higher dew point. So tomorrow specifically, we're looking at an air temperature of 98 and a feel like temperature potentially up to about 103 with similar conditions on Wednesday. So just know tomorrow and Wednesday going to feel a step above what we have out here right now. We'll continue to talk about the rest of the week, which does feature more heat. All of that is coming up in your full forecast. Back to you guys.
Steph, thanks. Now you decide 2026 as there's been a new twist in the race for governor.
Right now, there are still 5 Democrats in the field to try and replace Governor Tony Evers. Here they are. But one campaign going through a big shakeup. Fox 6 political reporter Jason Calvi live out in Madison after a fascinating press conference just unfolded from Lieutenant Governor Sarah Rodriguez's camp.
Yeah, Ben, it all comes down to inflated numbers, double counting of some donations, which made it look like the Rodriguez campaign had a lot more money in the bank than it really did. So late last night, the Lieutenant Governor announced manager and accused her of serious mismanagement and inaccuracies in those campaign finance filings. Now, this comes at a crucial moment in this campaign. The primary is now less than 30 days away. Sarah Rodriguez has been consolidating some support. 2 of her former Democratic competitors have endorsed her. Executive David Crowley, CEO Missy Hughes. Campaign filings next are due on Wednesday. That's July 15th. Fox 6 reviewed her campaign filings from January, which were filed hours after the January 15th deadline. It shows many dozens of donors appear to have repeat donations, meaning the person gave the same amount of money twice on the same day. But in nearly all of the cases, the difference was the formatting of the name, like it had an extra space or a middle initial, or a zip code with 5 digits versus the longer 9-digit zip code. Rodriguez says total cash was hundreds of thousands of dollars less than she expected. It came to light last Tuesday. She says when the media invoice wasn't paid. Earlier, her campaign had said they'd place a $1 million TV ad buy. That never happened. Over the weekend, she says a team audited the books and found discrepancies, and today alerted the Wisconsin Ethics Commission.
If the buck stops with you, I want to get your reaction to your competitor, Joe Brennan, who asks, how is this not disqualifying? What do you say to that?
I would say that most people are not going to stand in front of this many cameras and microphones to talk about fixing an error.
That's right. Yeah.
That's what I am here doing. And that's what you want to see in leadership.
We wanted to get the fired campaign manager's side of the story. My calls, my texts to Kara Spencer went unanswered. We're live in Madison. Jason Calvi, Fox 6 News.
A shakeup indeed, and just days ago, our county executive threw his support behind Rodriguez. Well, tonight, police are looking for the hit-and-run driver who killed 2 women late last night in Milwaukee. It happened just after 11 o'clock on Teutonia Avenue near 20th Street. Police say a black SUV was speeding when the car hit and killed a 48-year-old woman, now identified as May Daber, and 49-year-old Amy Austin. The driver took off. The medical examiner's office says 2 vehicles were speeding and racing. If you know anything that can help police, call Crime Stoppers, where you can remain anonymous. And a man riding a bicycle was rushed to the hospital after a car hit him this morning. It happened on Hampton Avenue and Anita Avenue just before 10. The 56-year-old man was on a bike. He is expected to survive. The driver stayed on scene. No word if there will be any charges or citations.
The case against 2 men charged in the 2012 death of 16-year-old Corey Stingley is now closed. Stingley died after 3 men held him down at a West Dallas liquor store after a clerk confronted him for stealing. 67-year-old Robert Berenger and 39-year-old Jesse Cole pleaded guilty to felony murder. Today in court, the cases for both men were dismissed with prejudice. The pleas are part of a deferred prosecution agreement that Stingley's family signed off on. The third man, who prosecutors said was most at fault in Stingley's death, died several years ago.
Well, it's been nearly 2 weeks since a fire destroyed Lincoln Avenue School, and today Milwaukee Public Schools moving forward with the plan, sharing it with the community. They're all headed to Pulaski High School. Bria Jones is in the newsroom with concerns, though, still addressed at today's meeting.
That's right, Kim. The principal of Lincoln Avenue School says she knows parents will be worried with elementary students sharing campus with high schoolers. Now, that 5-alarm fire destroyed Lincoln Avenue School on June 30th. The cause is still under investigation. In an effort to put parents at ease, Principal Ayala shared the following plans. Now, since a charter school recently left the property, that means the high school is already divided. So these are some of the images they shared this morning at the community meeting. There are 450 students enrolled at Lincoln and 950 at Pulaski. Now, they will share a building, but Lincoln will have its own entrance and exit, play areas, classrooms, stairwells, cafeteria, and a school office. Now, because the school has the capacity and is only about 1.5 miles away, MPS leadership is hoping this transition will be as seamless as possible.
They would be on one side and we would be on another side, just because they're little, the little kids are small, and I could just see this is where my parents would want our conversations to be focused on.
If you were provided transportation at the 18th location, you can expect to have transportation to Pulaski. We will make sure that you have what you need as a school community to be successful in a different location.
Now, the district has also worked to keep several things the same, like the phone number as well as the school and class start times. As for the future, though, of the actual Lincoln Avenue School, it will be torn down, but MPS says it's still awaiting a timeline from the city on when that will happen. The district anticipates it will be months before they reveal a plan about what potentially rebuilding could even look like. Now, Kim, another community meeting is already scheduled for tomorrow. That will be at the Boys and Girls Club at Rogers Street Academy. It's set to start at 5:30. Kim?
Bria, you just hear it from the parents' question. This is a very close-knit community, and so the district really took great care to make sure that everyone stays together.
Yeah, that's right, Kim. Honestly, they really went far as far as keeping the same number the same. They've already reached out to the city to even see about putting up signage for when school does start in the fall, and they want to make sure that the drop-off is as seamless as possible. So they are really working hard to make sure that they are at least getting some sense of normalcy in the midst of all of this.
Bria Jones with the update. The fall will be here before you know it. Thank you.
Dozens of people are trying to figure out what is next after an apartment fire this weekend left them without a place to live. Fire broke out early Sunday morning near 15th and Highland. Milwaukee firefighters say crews rescued 5 people out of their windows. Members of the Red Cross say this is impacting 50 to 70 in total, and they're helping everyone that's been displaced. No one living in the building or firefighters got hurt. That's the good news. But one man tells us he lost his emotional support dog after the smoke became too much to bear.
Couldn't grab clothes, couldn't grab nothing.
Everybody get the out!
And they let us back in the building, and I found them dead.
Investigators are still looking into what caused the fire. All right, we're now down to the Final Four in the FIFA World Cup.
And with the added pressure on the upcoming matches this week, there is also added protection for fans and the players. We go live from Atlanta with a look at some of the technology being brought in by security.
And some World Cup fans might have sticker shock today, and that's a good thing. The world record attempts in Mexico City.
You're watching Fox 6 News with Ben Handelman and Kim Murphy.
The FBI says it has seized more than 600 drones flying in restricted airspace since the World Cup started last month. And according to the federal law enforcement, that number is growing by the day.
Fox's Asher Red joining us live from Atlanta right now. Asher, they're fighting drones with drones here because the drones are also playing a big surveillance role at this week's semifinal match there.
Well, Ben and Kim, law enforcement here in Atlanta tells me that this is the largest security operation that the city has ever conducted, even larger than the Super Bowl. So they have drone teams on game days that are scanning for threats